Welcome, everybody, to session 5 of In a Land Not Their Own. We begin still on that beach. We're nearby the beach, nearby that coast to the southeast of the settlement. Orcs, and humans, and satyrs. And now our strange catalysts as well. But we find Toholix. You're not far from where you found that strange creature, that washed up fish, eel. Even after contemplating for so long, now it having been several days since those events, since that strange discovery, the first sign of corruption, of taint you have felt, you have seen, apart, of course, from that woeful fate of that satyr. You've racked your brain trying to think back deep within your own thoughts and the thoughts of those who walked with your body, with your likeness, those whom held different names, trying to find some answer, some recollection, trying to make some sense that cryptic magi said to you, those brief words. But as I say, you're just past the tree line near that pebbly, stony beach. You've stood still or paced in a short, area around you. You're not needing the same amount of sustenance or other physical requirements that other fleshier species might require.
Yes, and to any other being, any other species, this might look strange if a bit unremarkable. This statuesque thing sitting upon a beach, just unmoving, gazing out into the ocean, seeing the waves lapping in and out as they are wont to do. But in the mind of Tulix, one can see as if time now in some strange fashion moves backwards. Think of it as if you were pressing the rewind button of some black and white movie. All colors dulled out, and you see the movement of the thunder and the thunderbirds and the water doves above retracting and going backwards as you see the movement of the sun and the moons going back and back and back. I am trying to find these images of past selves performing their actions, seeing what they decide to do when they were faced with doubt, with situations that were not entirely clear by the Jaustian dogma. I try in my meditations to find my previous selves witnessing, performing these actions when I was Ginnungagak, when I was Glot, when I was those nameless beings before me as I am now. But the visions of these Arons, these stone-like beings, sometimes with wings, sometimes with horns, all of them with claws, sometimes armed, they are all blurred out. My meditations this last cycle, maybe even cycles, have been awful, stressful even to me and my inner being. I can't fully remember. And as I sit there, to other beings around me, motionless, like the actual statue that I am, my own vision goes back and forth between these flashes and images of my previous incarnations as I try to find the right course of actions. Has anyone else in my line seen these forms of corruptions? What did they choose to do? What did they choose to do when they witnessed such necromancy? Did they witness such necromancy? And how did they act? And I do not find it. Something has disturbed me, and I can't find clear focus, even when I try for days to reach that perfect remembrance I usually have. But for now, for some reason, this cycle, such simple meditation, such simple relaxation, eludes me as I sit there staring aimlessly at the beach.
Yes, indeed, a frustration. And as you resign yourself once again to unable to find that focus, you hear sound of heavy feet from deeper within the woods, and Alejandro, you may describe yourself.
Avachov comes back to see Tehulix in the place that he has been for a very, very long time. To him, it has been days by now. He has tried some things on him to see if it was still awake or alive, and if it was ever alive, but responsive, and it didn't seem responsive anymore. He, on days before this, trying to understand the gods around him before he knew only Sansero. He experimented with some dirt, putting it on his body, with some sand from the beach when he was close to Tehulix, praying to the Mar and saying what happens with his ally. And then he would take fire, and he would take the fire, and he would start first with his hands, like going near it, and trying to test the levels of his endurance to the heat, and every time like more near, especially as it flickers sometimes, like it jumps out. Eventually he takes a torch and he starts he comes with the torch closer to his body, closer to some parts of himself. He feels the heat even more uncomfortable as it flickers closer to him. He puts it around his belly. He puts it away. He tosses it to the ground and he stomps on it, feeling the heat on his feet just before it goes away completely, and just the torch that he has done, not the torch that he stepped upon, but the bonfire he had close to him, close to Tehulix. He has been doing these things before the day of elegance, and right now he comes back. He comes back with are they people on the around on the immediate vicinity of Tehulix, Nick?
No.
Fishermen or anything? Okay. Okay, he comes back with a big prey he had slain few moments ago, still bleeding some. He puts it close to Tehulix and close to the fire, wondering when his companion may react again. He looks at him with some worry, but there has been few tantrums in these days, and after he tosses it, like in between Tehulix and the fire, it falls, the big prey. Do I describe any prey, Nick, or would you like to describe a fantastic creature for me to have preyed upon?
You can take it away with whatever you've slain for food.
It looks similar it looks similar to a reindeer, but it's blue, like bluish, greenish, kind of tries to camouflage with the environment. Tehulix have taught me that those, if you approach them very slowly, they don't actually flee, and no matter how you are and how you look. And I actually managed to catch one of these this time, so maybe I'm getting better. And I put it. I look at Tehulix, seeing if he responds or if it's gonna be more of what he has been seeing these days.
For the first time in actual maybe 2 straight days, you see me move my rocky form as I look upon the carcass that you have provided. And again, the grinding noise of my neck moving, as I looked in one direction upon that prey. I'm not standing up, but I am moving up to my knees and taking some dragging motion toward it. While still on my knees, I look up towards you standing very tall over me. But maybe you might have noticed that I've actually grown a bit, like half a foot in length. You can see if you would have such a memory, or perhaps if you have such perceptions that my iron cylindrical peg that I used to prop up my right leg seems a bit too small, slightly, as if I, in a weird way, outgrew it for some reason. As I draw myself in a very dragging motion towards the carcass, still looking as a bit towards you, and then waiting 1, 2, 3 seconds before I put one of my stony claws upon one of the legs of this prey animal, as I break one leg off at its kneecaps before I start to, eat bone, marrow, flesh and tendon.
As you do that, like the moment you moved, I seemed immediately like pleased and amazed. And as you start eating, I say, yes, you can have as much as you want. I hope you are not diseased. I don't know how to treat beings like you, but food will make you strong. It has always done so for me, and I'm sure it's no different for you. And as I say this, I don't seem to notice, and Avachov actually does not notice the changing height, because he has been, a lot of the time that you have been unresponsive, he has been watching you very, very carefully, almost as if meditating himself. So it probably would have been so gradual that he wouldn't have noticed. And actually, you may, he actually put some sand on you, some wet sand that maybe is drifting off as you move. Some wet sand. Then but now, yeah, and he seemed calmer these days, strangely calm.
Well, I don't verbally comment or react to you just putting sand on me. I do look at you for some seconds at that, but again, not commenting. But I do take a look at that pit where I buried the contaminated creature, which Avachov threw some debris at to calm his rage. Has the ground been affected in any way? Can one see a spreading of the taint after this time?
No. You don't see any visible spread in corruption, though. I don't think you dug it particularly deep, and it's a pebbly beach.
I dug a 5-foot hole ish.
Okay. Then no. No. Everything seems like a normal beach. So you know what's you saw there, but nothing is spreading. But again, perhaps because of you, no other wildlife or anything has sort of been around.
Do I sense the taint if I were to focus my roused given senses?
You can still with concentration, you can still feel, though it's dulled, like a noise coming from a different room, muffled by distance and by layers of gravel, rocks, and sand. You still feel the corruption, but it isn't spreading, but it's still there in the body that you have buried.
So I do eat some more of this creature Avachov has captured, breaking some more of the legs as I chew them with my stony mouth and grind them in my rocky throat. Maybe eating parts of the leg, then even taking the hoof of the creature, rich in minerals, and rip it off. As I put the rest of them actual meat aside, seeming to be more interested or focused in bone marrow, and whatever calcified bits of this creature there are, before I rise up again, looking a bit slightly unbalanced with perhaps that extra bit of height and weight, and that my cylinders like peg leg seems slightly outgrown, before I look around, see what time of day it is. Not that I would know what day it is, but the time of day I might be able to deduct. And after I do that, and see if Avachov's going to eat some of this creature, and if he does, fine. If not, I will walk, or start walking towards the village where I know I last saw Najvog, because I know there is taint in these waters, and I need someone other than me to investigate.
As you see Avachov, like he was looking at you carefully, and when you started chewing the bones, he said, "Yes, that's good for the bones. You eat bones, you get stronger bones. That's good. If you have a problem with the bones, you eat more bones." And then when you, he didn't seem to be eating, then as you probably thought he wasn't going to, and walked towards Nasbog to find Nasbog, I even though you're not seeing me, I look around, I nod, looking to you, and then I carry the all that is left of the animal, and I start chewing a leg out to have it more easily being eaten as I carry the corpse of the animal, and follow you, of course, as I often do when you walk, and enjoy that soothful sound of the now tinier in comparison to your body bucket that drags through the forest by all your weight as I follow you.
Leaving very noticeable tracks for anyone who would desire to chase or stalk me.
Right. You make your way back. It is early afternoon. But as you make your journey out from the wilderness, we switch scenes to Nasbog. You have not seen much of, to your pleasure, no doubt, much signs of the typhon that made itself known those few days passed. Though you do, in your wanderings, you've spotted him, you think, occasionally, a handful of times, always at a distance, always flanked, not unlike Azad or Nali, flanked by some servitors or some degree of entourage, though not the huge numbers that your Dawan friends have usually travel with. Maybe a couple to a small handful, 3 to 4 individuals, mainly humans, that you have seen. You have seen occasionally that strange fish-like female in your waters, though you haven't encountered her at this point. You've seen her twice these past several days, always in passing, or you see her upon the beach, or from the homestead, or at the docks with your other companions, that human family, or perhaps the matriarch of that small orcish clan who you've slowly been getting to know, your ever-developing knowledge of Thraxa, standing you in good stead with them. You've made something of an impression, but definitely a strange creature for sure. Much of the townsfolk have been in, what's the word, a buzz with the purpose of these strange visitors' arrival here to these lands. And you're chatting with one of the wives, the human wives you have gotten to know. Misha is there, sitting on a piece of driftwood, almost like petrified log, by her small home, or her family's small home, tending to a crab cage, as your children, or her children, and Sanem are together, not far at the water's edge, doing whatever it is that children do. I don't know if no doubt your opinions on their parenting style pairs in comparison to your own, but it's, again, who is Siren here? Nobody. But
So have I gotten close enough to the terrifying Typhon to hear if it ticks or not?
If it what?
If it ticks?
You tell me. Would you have tried to?
I would not have tried to, but like
No. No, not
definitely
through.
not.
Like he hasn't moved
Yeah.
by you or been
Okay.
by random chance close enough to you to detect
Okay.
that. But yeah, so my husband has much of the other men of the town. Well, they say must soon be some announcement. some great purpose for this gathering. We have not seen such a collection of the knighthood here. Occasionally one of the Oak Knights or one of the others from the west might come together for some conclave or congregation, or every several cycles the three countesses of the peninsula gather to discuss matters of importance, but I have never seen anything such as this. I knew there were serpent men, one of the Southern Isles, but I have never seen one. It's strange. And
Yes, why your people let these creatures rule? This is
Well, the king rules, but the serpent men have done much for us and for our king. It was their aid and that of the satyrs and the sprites to drive off the other tribe of humans from the other two isles of reflection.
Their
Without
aid
them-
always their aid always comes with a catch. You must know this. The catch is often worse than the problem you had before.
I have not had any. No serpent man has come to my
You must
home.
watch your children around them. They will take them.
Surely that can't be true. That one is one of the knights.
Yes, this is what I am saying. They come in, they make deal, then as soon as they give you your part of the deal, they come, they take power. Then they come, they take your children, they say, I am ruler, I am knight. You listen to me. I need this. You give to me. What will you say? Will you say no?
Of course I would say no. I would not let anyone take any of my children. Of course that would be true, but we have the serpents of Korepic Isle have been part of our kingdom since its beginning. There has never been any struggle that I am aware of.
Yes, because they take, and you say, yes, you take this, and then you leave, and then you are happy.
Stand for such things.
Why not?
They
He make deal with them. You never know what the deal is.
fought
Watch
for
them.
us. They fought
Yes.
on the king's behalf.
They fought
And so
for
the
you.
king
They
made-
they fought for themselves. King makes deal. They want deal. Why you think they joined the king instead of anyone else?
What would they want?
Anything. They want gold. They want children. They want power. This is how they take. They take by tricking you. You must watch them.
And she frowns at this in thought. I mean, you haven't convinced her, but it's
You must tell Jarek of this. He will listen.
and she looks up at you. You are a strange one, Nazvog, but I like you anyway. You have an interesting take upon things. You should relax. Tell me more of where you come from, of your people. You say much against the serpent folk, but we here on the shores, we do not hear kind things of sirens. Well, I have not seen many others of your kind. What I have heard and what the other men and women, all we know of Sirens before your arrival was that they were not more than a thieving band of reavers and pirates. Thieves. You have not proven to be such. At least I don't think so. Jokingly,
So-
he looks around.
So like as we're talking, I'm like coaxing open oysters, like looking to see if there's any pearls in them. Like, you know, I open one, there's not anything in there, so I just kind of like eat the oyster and like, you know, like toss the shell aside and like, you know, keep on going through looking. If I find any, then I'll give them to her because I know that, you know, that's how her family makes its money. We are not all raiders, but some we raid to keep our families safe, to get what we need to protect ourselves. It is a harsh land in the water.
It is, though. The orcs know much of farming. They've done it for since before cycled, as they say.
Yet they know nothing of the seaweed. Yes. They know nothing of the kelp growing this. I try to teach them, they do not listen. It is hard.
Teach me then, I might listen. I have listened to your strange tales of boogeymen from the southern Isles of Reflection. Come, tell me something of use, something. And she said, you know, like jokingly, like not disparagingly, like, you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
you're making an impression upon these people, but you know.
Okay, we must go to the seafloor. Yes.
And she, one of the other wives, gets to look after the, you know, the children, and you know, Misha is you've seen her. It's a human. She can't breathe underwater, but she does dive for pearls and for bits of coral, and of course when, you know, a crab trap has to be recovered, but the rope is broken or something, you know, you still have to go get it. So, you know, these people here are quite adept watermen, for who and what they are. But,
obviously. So yeah, I'll pick up Sanem and then I'll lead her down. And as we're going down, like, I mean, obviously I'm not planning on like having, you know, in-depth discussion while we're underwater, but like I'll point out, you know, different types of sea plants, like the weird greenish. No, I can't think of the word.
Seaweed.
No, not seaweed. Anyway, yeah. So I'll take her down and I say, see, this is the type of seaweed, the good type. You can tell by how it attaches to the sea floor. If the roots grow out and they cover, this is bad. This is Kraken's punishment for us. We do not harvest this. We cut it out if you can. This is bad. You do not eat this. It will grab you. It will take you down, and you cannot breathe. So this would be bad. And then I'll like swim over a little bit further, and then I say, see this? It goes the roots, and I'll kind of like try to dig a little bit. I know we have like very little time, but I'll try to dig a little bit and shore. See the roots go down.
This is you know ongoing as.
Yeah. The roots go down here. This is good. It is stable. It is stable. It can grow up and out. This seaweed is good. You cut it, it will grow back. You bring it up on land, and you can, you know, dry it, use it for many things. It is good. This seaweed over here, it is very fibrous. It's a little like dark brown, orangish a little bit, with a little bit of a green stem, like right up along the middle. This is good for making rope. You take this, you cut it, you dry it. You take the fibers apart, you twist them together, you can make rope with this. It is very strong. These things down here, These little green things, they are called Dingin's bane. You do not eat them. We eat them. If it is for the land dwellers, it make you sick. I can eat them, but not you. And then we go on a little bit, and like as we're doing this, like I'm picking up more oysters and just like carrying them back up, because obviously she can't really do this, but like take them back up. This is our lunch, so these are things you must know about seaweed if you wish to harvest it, if you wish to farm it. You must cut out the weeds. You must cut out Kraken. She will get you if she can. She is dark.
Well, she might try, but now you say very intriguing things. I see these roots of these underwater vines would make good netting. Quite good. Yes. Give me a waterman check. How well do you play the role of teacher and mentor? Okay.
Pretty well. Yeah. All right. 24.
Like, so you're telling very of course knowledgeable of all the goings on of the deep. You're very detailed and you tell it well, shall we say? And Misha seems very interested and picking up on how you eat this, you don't eat this. This can be used for such and such. Maybe you can make a poultice out of this, or these things are poisonous, but if you dilute it with something else, you could turn into this, that, or the other. And yeah, you spend a good bit of time teaching some of the people of this shore more of the ways to actually survive here on the water's edge without flailing about like fools that can't breathe beneath the depths. But you go back to the beach, and you're enjoying your lunch of oysters and shellfish and whatever you've caught, maybe bits of seaweed that are good to eat. You're chatting before you. Misha, look at her. She's smiling at you, and she seems to look past you and kind of like frowns a little bit. And
what is it?
And she does a and you see the form from there are some like shacks here built up against the escarpment, all of wood, right? So from around one of these these small structures, you see the stony form of Taholix arrive, or loom into view, blocking the rest of the the scene of the beach behind him. So massive is his form, and Misha kind of like gathers up.
Yeah, Misha, you must go. This is too much for you. We will see you tomorrow. Take these. And I give her the rest of the oysters so she can take them home, because I know she's
she gives you just nods. She gives you a look like are you okay? Like you want to come with me?
I can breathe in the water. He cannot. It is fine.
She gives you a smirk, I guess you're right. This thing would sink like a stone probably. So they nod and they scamper back to their place.
What is it you want, Alex? Why you come and interrupt us? I say in Hila.
I understanding what you're saying, Heal. I walk out from where the forest stops and I take again some more steps. Perhaps if you are perceptive, you might notice that I have grown half a foot in length as I come down, not the hill, but down the slope from where I was standing, staring creepily at you from the forest line. As I walk to maybe standing 10 feet in front of you before stopping and staring a good 5 seconds at you.
What is it you need?
So Avachov, when he actually approached you, you could see Avachov. As he approached you so close to be, 10 feet close to you, you could see Avachov is at his back.
After you say, Tahalix, what do you want, Tahalix? Then, behind the massive form of Tahalix, you see the red flesh of the ogre creature.
You stay away from them.
In what language?
Don't go near them. Misha, run.
In
Go. Stay away from monster. He will eat you. He has threatened to rape me.
Are they
Go.
fucking run then?
Go.
You're gonna eat me,
Why
rape
do
me.
you bring this one here, Talix?
In what language are you speaking to Tahulix?
Hila.
Okay.
I look towards Avachov and I look towards you and I begin to speak in the most horrid version of Hila ever uttered by anyone.
So, I clearly can't understand any of this. So
We are
immediately I'm
all
just like,
together now, I say in Traxa, looking at Nasbok.
I did not catch anything that you just said.
Okay.
What did you say? I didn't hear you. I did not hear you, not Network.
Oh, okay. He says we are all together now. In Traxa.
You are together, yes. We are not together.
She replies in Traxa?
Yes.
Okay.
Alex, I cannot understand you. You do not speak Hila well. I know Traxa now. You speak in this.
I don't understand that tongue you speak. See, many of your species, you have beautiful voice. I hope you sing to more praiseworthy things than those that I knew in the past. I say, and I try to, if you have any insight, well, first of all, I look burned, and I didn't look burned before. And I crouch, like my body language is it's very different. It's like I'm crouching, like trying myself to be little, but of course I'm huge. And I am at the back of the Hulix.
I take one look back towards Avachov as he begins to speak in Thraxa towards you, and you responding in Thraxa. Again, I look upon you again, and maybe 5 seconds pass before I speak again. You found taint in Leviathan.
Nick, have I? I don't think so, but...
Sorry, say it again?
Have I found taint in Leviathan?
No, you have not.
Okay. No. Leviathan is as it always is.
There was a big fish-like looking thing. It was big, like 5 feet. It looked just like a fish. You have seen the scaly things, but he said it was diseased or something.
I simply nod at that.
He said I would be ill if I have eaten it, and there is you that could make me ill. And like just at the bottom part of that sentence, like I will like lower my voice and look at the floor.
All right, so like as we're having this conversation, like my heart rate's really high. Like I'm standing here like fidgeting. I'm trying to like my feathers are obviously up, and like I'm trying to project a sense of authority, but like she's still pretty agitated. So why you come here? What is you find sick fish? This is a sick fish. So.
We are here, and I look at the Hulix just before saying it, almost like asking for permission. And I look around. Only the three of us are nearby, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I told everybody to run, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I'm still at the Hulix back, but part of my body like crouches forward, even though the other part is behind the Hulix, and I say. There is I understand we are all allies in the mission. I no longer pray to Sanzero, but I spit when I say Sanzero. But I am an ally to those that are allies of the Hulix, for I have become the Hulix friend. And when I say that, I retract completely back 2 steps, and I again try myself to look small and look at the floor.
Well, if you step forward, I'm gonna immediately step back. More steps than you step forward, and I say, no, you may be ally of Tolix. You no ally of mine. This is fine. If you work with him, this is fine. You come no nearer. Tolix, what is this? What is this fish? Why do you come to talk to me about fish?
We have the same goal, so we work better together. There's greater strength in numbers, and do I look weak? I am strong. I can give to the team, I say. And then I look back down again.
I simply look at the conversation happening between the two of them before I start speaking.
I don't know if Tuhulix is my friend. I am friend of Tuhulix. I don't, for the way you treat me, I don't want to be your friend. I'm just merely stating we have a common goal and we can work towards it.
I don't know what your goal is. This is fine. I do not need to know.
My goal is
I need to know. Go.
I look towards Narvog and Avachov. Maybe a few seconds goes, me changing my perspective between the two of them before I look towards Narvog. The kind jars in the ocean are sick with disease and taint that gouge life and eat ghosts. Do not eat the fish.
I eat the fish every day. This is my food. I eat the fish right now. I point to the pile of oyster shells and stuff.
If you wish food, I have brought food. You can have food that is not diseased, I say.
My food is fine. I have eaten much. It is good. You show me this fish.
I point towards one direction, to the particular beach we found that grim discovery. Life. Beach. That direction is sick, tainted, foul, spreading like plague, if reaching village
Okay, you show me this fish then. We will look. We will see if it is as you say.
I turn around and walk in that direction at my incredulous speed of 7.
So as I know you're gonna be like pretty slow, I'll like take my time like picking up all the oyster shells and like like putting them back into the water and like like making sure everything's like cleaned up and everything because I know like I'll easily be able to find you as you're stomping away. And then after everything is all good, I got sent out all cleaned up and ready to go, then I will follow you.
As you're far away, I crouch a bit and talk to Tuhulix like on his ear or what I think maybe, and I say in Thrax, "She's much vain and prideful, and I think she's stupid. I don't like her."
I simply look towards you for a bit as I walk in a particular direction. At one point you see me nod slightly, not towards you, but towards the path I'm going, like, not perhaps in agreement, but that I found her Leviathan-esque aspects loathsome.
Avichov simply assumes that you did an agreement, and he goes like, He crosses his arms as he walks. He's like, yes, this guy, you're very patient. I learn from your patience. And he keeps on walking.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I assume I like easily catch up, and just like I'll just like kind of see what beach you're pointing at or you pointed at, so like I'll start heading over there, and I'll look around on the beach for anything that looks awry. Is there anything like apparent that I would notice?
So you walk quite a distance down the beach until it comes to a point where that the elevation to the main land kind of tapers off, and there's a more like a shallow beach that leads out towards some woodlands. But you don't see anything awry here. It looks, I mean, this is far beyond where fishermen are, so it's empty. There isn't anybody out here, but nothing strikes you as odd or out of place.
All right, well, then I'm just like,
unless you did, you didn't dig the thing up, right?
No, I mean I wouldn't know to do that. So like I'm just.
I'm asking to Holix.
No, I left it in the pit where it was, so that it wouldn't spread anything. But
Correct.
when I do arrive, perhaps 10-15 minutes after Najvog arrives, if even that, I would simply, notice that she's there before I go to that one particular place, go down on both of my knees, so to say, and dig it up as I show you these utterly disgusting, rotten piece of a carcass, like digging up this like 5 foot's worth of horrid blackish beach sand and rock before I lift up a long 5 to 6 foot eel-like carcass with pus and ichor going through its various wounds, and that is already beginning to rot and even more during the days as I buried it, and now its horrid pinkish white flesh is showing with those streaks of black ichor, and there's a mouth on its flipper with some eel-like or even leech-like teeth, and over there's another mouth, and there's an eyeball somewhere where it shouldn't be. What's that? Oh, an extra flipper. What's that? Oh, an extra tail. As I just throw it down upon the ground and gesture for you, and the stench. Oh, the stench is horrid.
Why you bring me to see this rotting fish? It has been dead for what? 3 weeks? Or 3 chains rather?
I just lift up 2 of my claws and say, 2 days. It carried disease, taint, that one. Ruin community. You've got and hacked down. Death, bloom, and undied need caves.
Alright, well now my interest is actually kind of peaked because it's like, this looks like it should have been dead for a long time. So I grab a stick and I start poking at it. Like, can I identify this thing?
As you actually take a closer look at it and actually see the eyes where there shouldn't be eyes and the mouths where there shouldn't be, and the strange pattern of scales and like eel flesh. This is no natural creature of the ocean. At least anything that you have ever seen of or heard about. There are a couple, normal sea creatures that this thing like kind of looks like. Like it kind of looks like, maybe an oarfish or, a large eel or something like that. But it's just wrong. It's it has the vague body shape of some, maybe some kind of weird sea snake, but it's the silhouette of it might look vaguely similar. Give me a. You see, you definitely know that, but give me a waterman roll.
All right. So that is 15.
Okay. So while you oftentimes were not, and especially in the latter cycles of before leaving your own community, you were not the person to go out, or one of the people to go out to make raids upon vessels or upon the coast, or leaving and noshed upon the waves. However, you have heard of, and indeed you have seen from time to time in your existence in that community, strange, wounded or afflicted fish or just things, sea life, weirdly shaped shellfish, eels with 2 heads, one seemingly normal looking, one stunted, one like almost like they're beginning to split or something. Weird things. It wasn't something that happened in more than once, a blue moon, maybe once every few cycles. One of the males would recount of seeing such things bobbing along the waves as they did their patrols, or perhaps some small, weirdly afflicted fish might be caught by one of the hunters, and they would not only throw that one away, but the whole catch would be gone. But these things remind you of those times, of those instances, and such things only led to your own hatred, and not you specifically, but everyone's superstitions and hatred and fear towards the Isle.
Oh, of course.
Most of which was blamed and suspected that those foul beasts and the poison that drips from their fangs must have to do with such disgusting things in the waves. You've seen them. No one's experimented on them, or no one actually, you don't actually know. But this is Typhon fuckery that that you're sure that this is.
All right, so so I as soon as I connect all that, I just spit on it, and I'm like, this is the work of the Typhons. There's one here. Do you know this? There is one of these snake men here. It comes at the same time.
I just look up towards you as you say Typhon, and I stare at you for 10 seconds before I stand up slowly, maybe even almost tripping backwards, as you see that for some reason my peg leg is slightly smaller than it should be. Has it shrunk? Have I grown? As I stand and lean onto it. As I ask, as I draw bow and arrow.
I do not know. These people, they give it title. They give it power in their community. It is madness. You monster, you know of the Typhon?
I know just bits of Typhon. From where I come from, there were very few Typhons.
You've never heard of a Typhon before?
Me, Abachov? Never?
Never.
Okay. Forget what I said.
They are horrible. They are dark creatures. They come, they manipulate your mind and your body. They come and capture you. They take you, make you a slave.
Then I hate them!
Yes. There's one in this town.
Let's kill him.
It creates this thing. Right? And I throw the stick at it.
They enslave and then they take the food. Let's go. I kill them and I eat them.
No, we cannot just go kill. It has power in town. Do you want the town to come in? All come get you? Do you want the town to come? No, see? This is... We must think of way to
Yes.
get rid of it without townsfolk, no.
No, without towns. There's no town.
As you say, we need to think of a way to get rid of it. I first kick, or slightly, push that carcass back into the hole before I take one rock, look at you, and then bite it and swallow the rock.
Yes. You may eat well of this thing. But
Yes.
we must...
You gave us good information and I thank you. And I still have the whole head of the reindeer, and I would like you to have the head, for I can see that you are not fat yet and you are undernourished. I can give you head so you become stronger to defend your child that you were carrying the other time. may you become stronger, and I'm very sorry about the thinness. And I give you, like, I put forward the head of the.
Okay, well, I mean, like Sinem is still in like the sling. She's with us right now.
Oh,
But
okay.
like yeah, I'm like that like that's like no, you this no. It is okay. Yes. We will I will find the snake, the serpent. We will have it come here. Then you make it
I
disappear, yes?
Yes, I can either, and you may eat some of it too. There is no shame. Avachov has plenty. You can see Avachov. Avachov has plenty. You have plenty of knowledge. There is no shame in you being thin. There is no shame. You have plenty of knowledge.
I
If
simply
you at any other
nod.
time you want food, Avachov kills food, gives you food. You can become more fat, so you better for everything.
I eat the last part of that rock as I look towards this beach. Oh, there's a tree over there. As I walk towards it, see, oh, this is a good sniping spot. As I nod towards Najvog, my bow drawn.
Yes, I know eat your food. Monster, you stay with the Holix. He will tell you where to go. When it comes, you kill the thing. You eat it. Make it no more.
I will make it no more, I will eat it, and then I will sit it, and there will be no more.
It's good. Alright, and so like I'm gonna like just like start heading off back
Okay.
towards our Talon friend's mansion longhouse. And like I'm like
The mansion's
Like-
coming.
As you do, like I just give a comment to Hulix. She's surely very much more prideful than she's hungry, and I hope she does not fall of sickness in the way, but I admire her strength. I start chomping on the head.
so like I got the gears turning. I'm like working out ways that I can like trick this stupid ass Typhon to come onto this beach and get murdered. But like, you know, I'm working out plans.
Okay. So as you walk back from the beach, and it takes a long time before that horrendous smell of putrescence. It smells worse than it should. It smells worse than it looks, and it looks horrible. Everything about this disgusting creature is just abysmally disgusting. And you know, a couple of the layers of sand and rocks above this thing are as you were digging up this thing, and now it's all sort of scattered about. There's like goop and mucusy kind of fluids that have saturated the dirt here, and now it's sticking together. And as you slopped that thing off on the beach and then slid it back and spattered down into the hole, like there's a sheen of just disgustingness on top of the beach, just smeared around this thing, and it smells horrific. But you walk away, and with that we move the scene to basement beneath the longhouse. Zod, you've been here for some time, for your benefactor has, with the arrival of these visitors, it's almost as if he knew as you did, for he did not seem surprised when you informed him of the news. Oak Knight and other knights of this land docking here for some purpose, to meet with Knight Coralla and discuss things which have not yet been shared to you. But nodded in understanding, as if it was all expected, has informed you of the need for your studies must continue. And as the wheels turn, and as the days march on, the next stage of what must be entrusted to you must now continue. And so you have been set to work, and work it has been, mental and physical, though you have scarcely left this room, this dark room, for nearly the whole day. It has been. Your studies have always been quite diligent. You've always applied yourself as best you can with the responsibilities elsewhere that you have, but those things are a priority this day, or have been this past day. You don't know whether it's daytime or nighttime. It's all dark down here, lit only by a single brazier lit in the middle of this chamber, illuminating the wooden ceiling and supports which make up the floor of a portion of this longhouse. The hard packed dirt that are the floor here. It's like so much else at this town. It's not, earthen and rural, as I've said before. You've been set to work reading specific passages of texts you have not read before, memorizing and reciting with absolute precision names, events, concepts, which Tanum Raum has repeatedly asked you, and read this passage, this portion of a debate. Why did this one succeed? Why did this one fail? What was incorrect with this one's argument? Oh, it was this reason. Why that? Well, why? No, that's wrong. Have you considered this angle? Driving you to the point of this debate, this sort of Socratic method style of teaching. To the end, even you, as skilled as you are in diplomacy, driving you in conversation to the point of speechlessness. You would think every aspect of an angle or a concept has been weighed, has been spoken about, till now, one step further. You have to be able to see past what is before your eyes only. See 5 steps ahead, 10 steps ahead, 20, however many steps ahead it is necessary. Any man can look at the world around him, look at the things he can see and touch and taste before him, and assemble words, ideas, persuade a person with what he sees and what he senses, but you must see beyond that. again, and so this is how things have been going, and of course anyone who has studied for longer than is healthy for an exam or for something, some major test, or for whatever reason, or having to write portions of a dissertation or a lengthy research paper. It's both physically taxing and mentally exhausting after a certain point is reached, but eventually that point is indeed reached. Correct. You finally say something of gotten to the heart of a topic he had been grilling you on. And we'll communicate with each other for a moment before we proceed. Well done. It has not even been a full day, and you have been able to discern the solution. Many are unable to at all. This is good. Your foundation has maintained and has stood you in good stead. Good. You are ready for the next stage, the next step, the next circle. And with that, he takes from his collection of assorted paraphernalia a small strip, not a strip, but almost like a small scroll. Not as long as a normal scroll might be, but something only as, tall as the palm of your hand from fingertip to bottom. Hands it over to you. In gold ink are words in Ahura Mazdian, with greater secrets, greater ideas and realizations regarding the nature of the great angel and its plans. Not much, just a small paragraph's worth of information. Information you did not have. And even in those small amounts of words present, your understanding of your place in the faith of He who has many names takes a shift. It's like you thought a house was as big as that you could see, and then a door you didn't know existed was open, and it's much bigger than that.
I take the scroll from him. I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and I take it and I open it up and I read these words. And I can't help but think, he holds this from me. He thinks I so little. Of course I could do this, of course. Always knows so much more than I. I quietly just sort of read, now and then just my mouth falling to a slight scowl. My eyes are very heavy. as I read this treat that he had given me. Before I sort of slowly rise up, will that be all, my master?
He has been standing this whole time as he is wont to do. He does not verbally answer, but he takes, you have your texts, and he adds a small book from like his pile sort of to yours on a a selection of writing desks and a couple small tables down here. He does that. He nods.
I slowly get to my feet and ascend up those steps to the main floor of my abode. And I sort of take a deep breath in as I open the door and pass through to the main floor, and I breathe deeply, almost in a breathe deeply, which falls into a large yawn as I open up my tiger's mouth, exposing my long fangs, my teeth, before I sort of squint a bit, adjusting to the level of light. Look at the servants busily moving about. And then I see Nali, and everything seems to soften. My true meaning becomes apparent just for that briefest of moments as I look upon her. She has her back to me. She's speaking to some servants. I don't interrupt her. I just go back to retire for the evening.
And you're surprised to see the light of the sun streaming through the windows here, which seems impossible. It was, in the afternoon when you went down with Tanum Ram. Can't still be the same that no. You must have gone through the night. On into the morning, past the dawn, past the zenith of Ahura Mazda, well into the latter portions of the next day. And as you look about, your eyes, you adjust to that level of light, and Nali, it hears that slight yawn. She looks at you, and her eyes go wide for a second, with a combination of shock and true concern for a minute. And you also can sense in those eyes, in that expression, interspersed with that concern, an equal measure of fear. You know that Nelly does not care for the creature that lives beneath the floorboards. She knows, of course, of its existence and who it is and what it represents to you and to her and to your mutual livelihoods, but she has never been shy of making her unease of that creature and its power and her opinions of it. And she,
When she looks at me, like I sort of do a body language where I turn my, like I'm already sort of turning away from, I give her like, I look over my shoulder at her, kind of like this, and I just sort of give her a look, and my tail sort of moves in a way that says that I'm a bit agitated, but it's okay. Everything's okay. But I make my way to our bedchamber to retire. The light streaming in from the day. Exhausted, some servant comes up. "Ah, Lord, my lord." I just bring my big clawed hand up, and I just plant my face on the human man. "Oh," and I just push him away as he says, "Oh, to leave us then?" As I walk by him and I make my way to my bedchamber.
You change yourself out of the now dirtied clothes, sullied with the sweat of exhaustion, of the smoke of the burning brazier, filling the room ever so slightly with the soot of its leavings, the dirt of the floor, just you've been in them for so long. You take it off, you brush out, with your hands some of that, as much of the smell, of incense and inks and such things, and musty, the smell of earth from your form, and lay back upon your bed trying to find some rest despite the irritating light from the sun, trying its best to get through the the open spaces between your eyelid. You close your eyes. And you feel your hand upon your face travel down to your shoulder. You smell the scent of Nali as she enters the room. Sad. I've been below almost a full day. You look as if you have walked as many miles as there are hours you have been below. What is that creature doing beneath our home? What is he having you do, my husband? I do not like its effects upon you.
It is nothing I cannot handle. I say it like my eyes close and I slowly sort of open them to see her.
And you see her standing there, and the past chain has been difficult in different ways for both of you. Obviously, the logistical difficulties of coming here, but not only that, perhaps even more difficult than that. For those difficulties are the difficulties of business, the difficulties of trade. It goes without saying. These are things you're prepared for. The both of you are prepared for, your families being what they are, but getting to know somebody, that personal connection that you are both supposed to have, It's been awkward. It's been strange. It's been weird. It's been strained at times. But the both of you have had your own. You've had much to throw yourselves into to make life here a life worth living. A life that does both of your names justice and honor. But even in so doing, you've heard people in Karth say at times, some of the human guard who keep the walls safe from the occasional incursion from the plains of Chimbui and other filth from the outskirts, that the bonds formed in strife and in the bonds in battle are the strongest, and even strangers can become brothers. And these past several chains have been a struggle of their own, and you've both done your best to sort of preen before the other and show your most positive of qualities. And both you and Nali have established many relationships already in this strange new land. And at least on Nali's part, you can tell, you can see again in those eyes, which are softened somewhat in seeing you in the state that you're in. And you realize, looking at her, that, my God, what must you actually look like? You who take such great care in your appearance. You must look quite out of sorts.
Because my fur matted and I'm completely exhausted, and strangely, I sort of roll around a bit in the bed, and I sit up, so I'm sort of laying on my side, and I'm like looking towards my feet, towards where she is, and I'm just sort of, trying to pay attention to her, and trying to give her the respect that any man in a Dawan society should give a woman, but I just can't, and I'm just, my eyes just keep closing up by themselves, and did you say something?
And you say you have slumps. Did you say something? And you do not see Nali there, and the light through the windows is of a different position. You must have fallen asleep, but it feels like just moments for you, and you're still quite exhausted. But it's as you always are. No matter how long you sleep after pulling such a thing, you could sleep for 1 hour or for 12 hours, and it still doesn't feel good.
I wake up and I'm all just groggy. I have this horrible taste in my mouth. I just sort of look around a bit. Yeah, and my stomach is growling, and is growling loudly as I kind of fumble. I roll over to the other side of the bed, and I paw out for the large, beautiful ceramic bowl of water, and my paw hits it, and the thing flings on the bed and onto me. Water spills onto me, and it was empty. Someone must have filled it, but the water splashes onto me, and I make this loud sort of growling sort of sound of a tiger in some agitation. The hairs on the back of my neck sort of stand up, and my ears flick up and downward as I sort of bare my teeth at the bowl, as if just absently just with my eyes still sort of closed, and
an attendant comes rushing in, hearing your growl and the sound of the ceramic bowl flinging out. My lord, are you all right? Are you all right? He takes the bowl off the corner
I'm
of the
like
bed where
sitting
it
up,
landed.
just letting the servant dry me off, and
It brings like some cloth and it dries your fur off,
where
washes
is
your
the
hands, and I will have this cleaned up immediately.
where is the lady?
She has made is out. She had to meet with some of the villagers here. I understand there's a few farmers, and she is attempting to make a new negotiation. One of the people here knows,
Yes.
and like he doesn't even really know what's going on.
Did she go by herself?
No, of course not, my lord. Of course not.
And I sort of
The
get up,
normal amount of guards and
I
entourage.
just get up all drowsy, and I just sort of I move him away as I stand up a bit, and I arc my back up, and I stretch my back, yawning, as a big cat awakening from a deep slumber. And as I look down at the servant, some meek human man, and I just like look at him. I give him a look like you did a good job, kind of thing. I don't say anything to him, but it's both like a look of like you did a good job. Now get out of here, kind of now scram, kind of thing.
And he knows the deal. These are your people.
And the door closes, leaving me alone in the bedchamber. For these few empty moments, I see those strands of light coming in from the window, and I sort of close my eyes a bit, just sort of slowly, just like standing, like my hands are on my bed, and I'm sort of resting a bit on it, using that like as a rest. My eyes are closed, and I'm just sort of, when you're like you wake up, you're half asleep, and you're just sort of standing there like trying to wake up. So I'm like that for a few moments, and I found myself dozing off a bit, but then I shake myself up and awake, and I prepare, just start cleaning myself. Being a proper Dawan, I have a large assortment of combs and brushes to choose from, and I start working on some matted fur, and before getting clothing myself, and then leaving my chamber to assume control of what had occurred while I was slumbering.
And it takes you far longer than it usually does. Not an obscene amount, but it is what it is. You are out, and the servants anticipating your needs and wants, have some food out for you in the your usual place of dining.
I quietly eat it, eating, drinking. It's, even though I'm very hungry, I do not resort to any act of barbarism, and just like scarf it down or anything like that. But I still very cognizant of my surroundings, as if showing the servants, this is how you properly eat. This is how someone should hold themselves. And I eat. I don't say perhaps more than like a one-worded answer or things to servants. Bit more, rather than my very extroverted nature is a bit has receded a bit.
Mm.
Instead, I just sort of give them sort of aloof, cold, sort of looks, and just shakes my head. I shake my head or something like, all right, yeah, okay, kind of thing.
Right.
But I make sure the servants are doing their job.
They
It's
are.
general just housekeeping.
Okay.
Servants don't really have to do much. There's general housekeeping, then there's guard servants, and cleaning of sheets, and cleaning of clothing, and having baths ready, and the like,
Mhm.
food preparation and whatnot.
And yeah,
That's it, really.
as soon as you sort of conclude your meal, none of the servants, as is um, customary, you haven't called for them to inform you of anything, and they don't bother you with any business until you are done. And no one, of course, bombards you afterward. That would be improper. There are, a couple servants who are, attendants who are like sort of standing at the ready, waiting to be addressed, or waiting to address you, but standing aloof and away, waiting for you to be ready for them. And most of them are minor details, as you say, of housekeeping. But one of your Dowan servitors, attendants, um, my lord, the he
Speak.
pauses for like trying to find the word, the female noblewoman, the Oak Knight, I believe her title is in these lands. One of her messengers came to announce that she would be ready for the audience you have been awaiting for later this day.
And like my eyes are like half open, and then they slowly open as I wake up from those words, and I really thank you for bringing this to me. Is there anything else that she had sent for?
No, that is all. Other than like he gives you like a meeting location.
That is good. And I like look at him, and I look at some of the other servants just sort of like standing around, and the place looks a little cold and dry, or maybe I left it like that. And I sort of look at the Dawan, and I look at some of the other servants, and I smile, and this place is too cold, too calm. This is not a proper home for myself or for you. And I look at the Dawan like, oh, I care about you. Oh, for you, you are off your duty for the rest of this day, and the rest of you busy yourself with what you wish to do. Reading, I suggest speaking to some of the locals, but do not drink too much. Well, there is always much work to be done. And I sort of smile, and I gesture grandly with my hand to like all the servants in the room. Be sure to tell the other servants as well.
And they bow quite low to you for that great gift of the night off, the day off. It's no federal holidays in the Darwin household, so.
And I sort of smile a bit, and then I kind of bring my claw up. But of course, I will need some select few of you to come with me to my meeting. But until then, and I turn, and
like a
my
couple of
tail
the
sort of
Dowan,
like flicks a bit, and like a mixture of excitement and like grandiose flourishment, like and
yeah. And a couple of the Dowan
invigorated by that.
nodding, but they are clearly like us, so they nod as if it's a given, like they're gonna be part of. I don't know if you're gonna choose them, but like they yeah, Razad, he I gotta go with him. He's clearly part of the entourage. But yeah.
But I proceed to my to my bedchamber, and my bedchamber, I get like a nice I look in front of the mirror, and I get some nice full-bodied mirror, just nice mirror, and I just I dress myself out, and I'm selecting a nice decor of jewelry, but I look at this necklace that I'm wearing around my neck, and I see the reflection of like the gold and then a few gems in it. And I'm sort of like looking at myself, kind of like like a model posing in front. And I look down when I pick up the the necklace, the gold necklace, and I look back at the mirror, and I sort of do this strange smile, but I'm not smiling at myself. I just sort of smile, and I sort of show my teeth a bit, and then I draw the veil over the mirror, and I make my way over to the other side of the bedchamber. The mirror itself, like Oriental closet standing thing. The mirror is sort of sectioned in that sort of area, and it is blocked by that sort of deal. My wife uses that. But I go over to my desk area, right, and I take off my golden necklace, and it's a nice, it's a very sort of classy, very nice necklace, which are it's essentially 6 golden plates, each plate, and they're like thin sort of plates, and they're like in a vaguely rectangular, each one of them vaguely rectangular shape. They hang at the bottom. There's little details and artistic, abstract symbols on them and whatnot. There's some encrusting of jewelry in there. But I set that necklace down on the desk in front of me, and I look at that, and I sort of say absent-mindedly to myself, I will need to impress this one. And I slowly bring my hand down onto the necklace, and I've sort of put my claws on the wood, and like that necklace is sort of over under my hand like that, and I close my eyes, and I slowly, as I open them again, my eyes, there's this vivid glow that begins to shine out from this golden glow as I look down, and I look down at the gold in my hand, and my eyes open up wide as I see the golden glow from my own hand, and it emanates and it grows as I pull my hand away from the necklace, as if making a bubble, like a bubble on the wood on the surface of the wood, a golden bubble. As I pull my hand away, and I pull my hand away, and the sort of texture of that strange golden bubble sort of clings to it, and then it wobbles a bit. But it's like this golden, just half spherical golden form, and it's swirling slightly. As I look at that, of course, it's over the necklace, and I start incanting in the Hora Mazdian, a poorly sung hymn. I have no grades in singing myself, but I, say in a Hora Mazdian, I ask you down below to see this gift I lay in front of you. It is yours. You only need send your smallest to come rest in the home of your dead father. Come, this I give you. And I try to summon a infernal spirit. And I'll give a roll real quick, because I think I need a 15.
I believe you're right, but let me double check.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Now you said it was day, right?
Yes. So +1.
Okay. All right. Greater than that. Okay. Oh wow. All right. So I got a 16. I was very
Okay.
close to.
I'm sure that's enough.
Hey, if you want to double check real quick.
Let's do so. Hmm.
Before I continue on with this. Should we like page 13 or
Yes.
something?
Yeah, I'm looking at
Oh, okay.
summon air spirit. That's where all the
Mhm.
things are.
All right. So then that
It's fine.
bubble,
Yeah.
that golden glowing bubble on that wooden table, as I say those last few words in Horror Mazdian, and just like the faintest of breeze is heard from outside, and then another sound becomes louder and louder in volume. This buzzing sound of a fly, as the bubble, the golden bubble, begins to condense in tandem to the sound of the buzzing fly, becoming louder and louder until the glow, the golden glow, condenses to the form of a tiny little housefly, but it is made entirely glowing with like this aura, this golden aura about it, just like this little wisp, just manifests before me, and as it manifests before me, I gesture to it, with my hands, and I look down, almost like trying to guide it to the gift that I'm trying to show it, and then I gesture to that necklace, to that golden necklace, trying to entice it. Go, rest, be close to your elder. Go on.
And it sort of buzzes around a little bit as it's this. It itself gives off like a sheen, as you said, like a tiny little housefly, but gold, right? And it goes down onto the necklace, and it like it moves around that kind of like fast kind of way that insects move and flies move when they're walking around, and you can see it's like proboscis, its tiny fly mouth moves, like its head moves across, and its legs walk and dance over the carvings and the inscriptions that are on these panels of gold that are part of this necklace. And after some seconds, it's as if this thing is reading it or perceiving or weighing its value, or the if there's actual writing or symbology on this thing, interpreting that as however such a being might do. For after a couple of seconds, that golden color of the necklace itself, with pure gold, the blood of Ahura Mazda, is matched perfectly by that of the fly. It's like a tiny little sculpture, little thing that a jeweler might craft on an earring or a charm upon a bracelet before the final like buzz and a flap of its wings. It merges as if the fly sort of goes into the necklace itself, which ripples as if it were it was visibly that which gold truly is, which is blood, the liquid life force of Ahura Mazda, before it goes through the surface, and the gold ripples or going still and having
I
the
smile. My smile becomes larger and larger as I see it. It lands on it, right? It starts moving around. And I'm like, yes, yes, and it starts going in it. And like my eyes go wide in surprise. As I didn't think it would actually. This was even I read about it, but now I'm seeing it in front of my very own eyes. And as the last of it sort of goes into the necklace, there's that golden glow begins to emanate with a shine, as if itself was freshly polished, but beyond what perhaps beyond what a normal polished golden object would be. There's like that silhouette, that faint silhouette of glow about its form. And I pick it up, pick up the necklace, and I smile. Mm. And I put it in a box like I prepared as a gift.
Mhm. And it is at this moment that Nazvog, you enter the house of Azad.
Alright, so yeah, I like burst in and I'm like, Ewa! And like, she like does her, she like, like screams a little bit and then like we come over and we hug and then like, I just start like telling her about my day. Like, I like for a little bit, I'm just like, I need to unwind. Like, I need to like, because if I don't chill a little bit, like I'm just gonna like completely lose it. So like I'm just like gonna go over and like chat with her, like start telling her about my adventures with the Hain children, and like, oh, you should come with us next time. We teach you about the water. Yes, you must come out. You spend too much time in here. You must see the sun. You must feel the sand. Yes.
And she's a lot more actually exuberant. Possibly it's maybe your own charisma bubbling forth, but she usually tries to like keep like a lid on it, like keep composure in here. She excitedly tells you as well a little bit about her day. Chiefly,
oh yeah.
She got the day off. That never happens. Like, oh.
This is wonderful. We should celebrate. Yes.
Oh, yes, we should. We should.
Where should we go?
I don't know. I so rarely get to leave the house. You have seen so much, Nazvog. You must take me. Take me to these people, these wonderful people you have met. You have said so much about these delightful children.
Yes, we will go down to the beach. We will go to the docks, and we will see the great ships that people use, and we shall see
You've been
the
talking
corals,
about the
pearls.
great ship that has arrived here with such vivid sails, they say. Such
I don't know.
wondrous people. Knights, they say. People of great importance here. Well, so, that is what the others say. I have not seen them myself, but they say one is small like a child.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I didn't even realize you were gone. I might have been talking to myself.
Well, I heard most of it, so.
Okay. And describing, the knights, they say, there's some beautiful creature. I don't know what such a being would be. It's, like she's trying to say like something like some sort of fish woman without offending you, because you're kind of like a shark, like a fish woman too, but with multicolored hair and scales and such. Oh.
And I like kind of like like look over at my own feathers, and I'm just kind of like, come on. But yes, there is one. I have heard of such things, but there are others that we should stay away from. We should not hang around with these. She has dangerous companions. Yes.
Oh.
But we can look at the ship. It will be interesting to see for you.
And she's like really happy and like excited and like she's like clearly doesn't have like stuff to do. Isn't usually when you run in here she's busy doing something like cleaning dishes or polishing something or like beating the carpets to keep the dust out or sweeping, doing something. Looks like she was actually about to leave herself. And a lot of the house is less structured, shall we say, than it usually is.
Where are you going to go?
To get some fresh air and wander about a bit. But with you here, I gladly follow you wherever you wish to go.
Okay, and like I should note that this is very loud, Azad, because I'm just like an excited siren, and so it would probably at least kind of it would break through your excitement at you would hear it, you would notice it,
Yeah.
even in your excitement at your ritual, as like talking to her about my talking to her about my day,
As you
nothing.
put your necklace back, you hear
Yeah.
this commotion going on.
Yeah. Yes. We shall go. We will go right now. We have nothing to lose. Come on.
Where might I ask you are taking a fine servant of mine?
She's
And
my
like,
friend.
yeah,
Around the corner, I just sort of stalkingly just.
like her eyes go wide and like like she was like really excited to get the day off and like, oh,
But I like come around the corner, not like in a kind of. It's more like a smile. Like I have this smile, like like I'm cool, guys. Like but I come around the corner, sort of smiling.
She is my friend. We go down. We go to see the beach. We go to see the sea.
Ah, this is good. You will enjoy the sights, my dear. Watch after her, will you, Nesvog?
Always.
Mm.
Later we must talk about the scaled one. You know of which I speak.
Your Pelganese is coming quite well.
Well, she's like she'll like try to speak a little Pelganese, but like that's not gonna work. So she's just gonna switch back to Thraxa and like talk through Awa because like it's not that good.
And then then there's I'll look at her and then I'll look at you and I'll nod like. But I'll say that still in Pelganese to you.
So yeah, like I get excited because like I figure, oh, you're actually understanding me. Great. Like I am actually learning Pelganese. The skill. It has done. It is as I expected. It is to be feared.
Yes. Do not worry, my friend. Go on. Enjoy the now that you have with this one, and you will enjoy the sights of the sea.
Thank you. And yeah, so like we'll go out and like we'll just start chatting. Like I tell her about like some funny things Sanam did while she was like lying on the beach. Like she's like, oh, she grabbed an oyster and was like playing with the shell. The sort of thing that like only a parent would find interesting about their child. But I figure like, oh well, she had spent so much time with us. Like she has.
Yeah, she's kind of like has become like a surrogate parent as well, or like a nanny whenever you're here.
Yeah.
Learning, the languages or actually doing something. She'll, so she definitely has an affinity for Sanam as well as the chains and days have gone on.
Yeah, and like as we're going and talking about this, like I'm trying to practice my Pelganese just to like make talking to her easier, and she's like correcting me and stuff like that. And we go out, like point to the different sites of the town. We can see the ship from far off, so I start telling her all the different things about the ship and how it's like a piece of garbage that like a siren could like take down easily.
Clearly.
And yeah, so like yeah, we'll head down to the beach.
Okay. So much. Seen and done so much, Nasrog. What? You must tell me. The others in the at the home, they're talking about that great those two strangers who came to the home, but Azad turned them away. A man of stone and a great red ogre. Not one of ours, someone else. Something horrid. Much of the
Yes,
townspeople have run them out of the community, they say.
yes, this is quite good. Your townspeople are wise in this. they
Oh, they are.
they the stone man. His name is Tolix. He can be relied upon, but he is quiet. The other, you must stay away from him. He is dangerous.
Hmm. Hmm. Ah. This is where you go when you're not with us to these shores here? I know your people, you live in the water. Is this where you spend your nights here?
Well, I come down. I meet the wives. I meet the Misha and her wives. I come down, and
Oh.
our children play. Yes. So if I wish to rest, I have a place where I can do so. I have found, but it is far under the waves.
Huh.
Others cannot reach it. I do. Do you know how to swim?
No, I do not.
Oh, this is a tragedy. We must teach you. Come now, put your feet in the water.
And she's okay with that, but she looks kind of nervous, oh, I don't know, I've never done that before. The ocean's pretty deep. Bad things
These
can
clothes
happen.
they will only restrict you. You must take them off. We put them on the beach. We will go in the water so that we will teach you how to float.
Give me a diplomacy check. Try and get her to she's clearly kind of nervous about
Yeah.
trying to start swimming.
All right.
Get in.
So that is 10.
She
And plus 2 if she's attracted to me. I'm attracted too.
that is true. Yeah, she it was no, that's she wades out up to knee length, maybe eventually, but not right now. It's too soon, too much at once. But you chat for some time, and she's clearly in awe of this apparently piece of junk ship. It looks nice, but apparently it's garbage. With its vivid sails and the markings and the coloration. And as you're both chatting with each other, you Nazvog, you see hopping off the one of the docks nearby, because again the ship isn't actually docked. It's still it's like anchored
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
There's the gondola is like on the beach. No one's like in it right now, but stepping down from one of the docks or in the piers is that small creature that you saw get out of the gondola, the first one to get out, apart from those human criers. Again, you think, hey, it's so hard to tell, it's so far away, and this thing is like so weird looking. To really anybody you've met with so far, it's orange, burnished kind of like feathery kind of antennas coming out of its tiny head, mottled blue and green colored skin, reflecting off of the light, not scales, but a strange textured flesh, some sort of hide to it, doing something upon the docks, and it jumps down. It looks comical, just everything this creature does, because this place looks like a world of giants, world built for giants compared to you. You thought, Tuholix or Avachov towered, over you, but this thing is so much smaller than even you are to them. How does such a creature do anything in a world that's clearly made again, not catering to it at all? And one wanders about, but goes off. Is that the creature, the small one? Have you seen him before? I have not seen
He was at the.
species.
Yes, I do not know what it is, but it was at the Great Disembarking. Yes. People made much of its arrival. I do not know why such a thing would be so honored, but perhaps we can help it, as it seems like it is struggling.
A thing so tiny, I do not know how one could get around. When you and I are so tiny, we have waves, to send out when you have, mothers and fathers to look after us and do things for us, for we cannot do it ourselves. Strange thing for a child thing to be walking about so, but it is an interesting creature. You see the antennas on it. Such colors. Strange. But what of the town have you seen? Have you seen anything of the people, or the things going on about the village?
They mostly farm. They fish, though they do not know very much about the sea. I try to teach some of them, those who will listen. There are ones who do not look like you, but you say are like you, the humans. There are some. They are called Hain. I do not know. They do not look like you.
No, I see. They do not share my clan. Clearly, I have not met any Hain, but there are many Consulo in Karth, and they say that the islands south of here were once theirs. There was a great war with these people. They left. They fled to Karth.
They must be weak then. It is good you are not one of them, huh? And I like kind of like
Well,
elbow her a little bit.
they say Consulo will soon raise an army to retake the islands. That is what they say. I do not know if it is true, but he is quite powerful. He still lives in Milica. He is a man of great importance. Many of the people love him there.
Why is he so important? Yes. Why does he rule?
Well, he not alone. He does not rule, but he is one of the nobility of the city. He has a great army. He is a charismatic individual. He has many resources. Many of the ogres as well. They follow him. He is a worshipper, a follower of Mu. That is, Mu attracts a fair share of individuals. We are the people who often have to face attack from Chimbuis and other invaders from the plains that surround the city walls. But so there is always something to fight against, and many find the army life to be one that gives them purpose and can raise them up, give them a better station or a better lifestyle. But he is quite well loved and has much resources that give him sway. But he is not the only one. He is not the only one.
So like when she says Chimbui, like I just kind of like stare at her for a minute, and then I just like kind of shrug it off because like, what other kinds of like stupid bullshit like exists on the land? Like I've seen so much stuff, like
you do not
so
want
much
to meet the
weirdness.
Chimbui, Nasvad. It is good you have never seen them. They're vicious. They're animals. Worse than ogres. Now, thankfully,
It's hard to
much
believe.
of the ogres
Yes.
here Azad and Nali, they have tamed them.
But why would you follow one who worships Mu? This seems foolish. I know but a little of the god, but he seems like a poor leader.
Mul
He
can
was
offer
foolish
strength.
Yes, but
but,
so can Fatash, and Fatash also leads you to tragedy. So why would you
Maybe.
follow Mul, who has even less knowledge than Fatash?
Perhaps many just do so that they don't feel Mul's rage against them. Or they wish to rage against somebody else. And if that person gives you a reason to do so, that is good enough a reason to follow for many.
I have heard once that Mul tried to attack Helena. This was foolish. He was maimed.
I have not heard
worship
that.
her. Yes,
What happened?
a long time ago. Very long. Before the counting of the cycles, they say. Helena, she weaves her web. She is preparing, she is organizing the tribes, the peoples to strike against Ahriman, to strike against the darkness. And Mul, he say, I will come, I will take Helena myself. He will be the one to press himself upon her, to make her his, because he feels the need to dominate, feels the need to control. So he tried to attack her. But you know Helena, she sees ahead, she plans, she knows. She knows Mul comes. She used his force against him, throw him to the ground. She cut off his testicle, throw it to the ground. Mul leave defeated, happy to have one left.
Hmm.
He does not attack her again.
Good of him. Seems he was quite outmatched. There are people who follow Helena in Karth.
This
Not
is
as
wise.
many, but yes. As you're talking, you're having this conversation of you're wandering about the beach, and I don't know if you go, do you go towards the town at all, or do you stay like mainly to like around the beach or
Um,
somewhere else? I don't know. Like,
I mean, I'm not going to be like talking about Helena in the middle of town or anything like that in Thraxa.
right.
But but yeah. Like we'll head like once it's clear that she's not going to go swimming
She's
and
not.
like
Yeah.
there's nothing we could like I can't like convince her to do that right now. I'm gonna be like, all right, so yeah, we'll head up back into town.
Okay.
We'll walk
And at
around
this
that
point, it's like late afternoon.
yeah.
By this point. Um.
So like I'll show her where Jarek's house is.
Okay.
I'll show her where what's her name? Nuchak's house is, and I'll like
Oh,
tell her
yeah.
a little bit about the orc. But other than that, like we'll just walk around and like sightsee a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, if introduce yourself to um, Jarak or any of them. Actually, just the humans. Right now, they'll
Yeah.
invite they'll invite you in to like not there's room like a Zod's house is, but like come like a big Italian deal like let's get some food sort of deal. And I mean you guys can totally make a night of it or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you both have a like a great time. They're very like like welcoming of the both of you. You obviously, but they're excited to meet another strange face and a human of a different tribe from a different place. Oh, the Milica to the south. You've heard of that. And everyone kind of exchanges stories and tales and amusing little things and there's
When I can, I'm going to put over how terrible Typhon are, and how you should not want a Typhon running anything.
Okay.
So like
yeah.
just like I'm just gonna work that into conversation wherever I get the opportunity. Like
Here's
not
a,
like
here's a question. There is that these are orc lands. So
Yeah.
wherever there's orc lands, there's plenty of wine to be had. So there is wine. Yeah. If you want to partake of it,
I mean she would have a little bit, but like she's got to be on her guard at all times. So she's not gonna
that's
be
fair.
like
I'm gonna give. So give me give me an intimidate. I guess that's sort of
Okay.
what you're doing. You're intimidating people about Typhon. I'm going to give your servant just a straight. Let's see if because it's funny. Okay, she's okay. So she's
I
able
got
to
15.
keep her composure enough. She doesn't get too shit faced on her first day off, and God knows how long. So but she definitely partakes, but not too much to be a dishonor to your house. In fact, she probably wins over some people. Like nobody likes a teetotaler at a
Yeah.
So you definitely get over the your experiences with not your specific experiences,
Yeah.
but your own opinions of the Typhon, and that definitely gets under the not under the skin. What am I trying to say? But like gets the attention of the people. and they're not like ready to grab pitchforks and like fuck the Titan, but like
I don't want
it's
that
definitely
either,
like
but-
it's giving them food for thought, and that's
Yeah.
definitely some disturbing things. And you have more than enough anecdotes to call upon, given your background. But yeah, you can stay there for as long as you want, on into the night, if you so choose. But
Yeah. I mean, as long as we're having fun, like, and I
Okay.
don't have any reason to leave. Like, I mean, I'm like trying to put the Typhon as far out of my mind as possible, but
Okay.
like still like kind of like work it in so like we can start swaying public opinion a little bit against these
Okay.
like horrible monsters that are trying to take over this town. So
you have a so far you have a fantastic time. To Holix and Avachov, are you staying? I guess you're staying behind the ambush point. How long do you wait?
I missed that part. Like, we are where? Ambush point?
Well, unless you're not. That's the sense I got, is you're waiting like behind a tree, and unless you're not.
I am with the Hulix. What is the Hulix doing?
Well, I was informed that we were gonna ambush a Typhon, and those are, magic-using scum of the earth, so I am diligently waiting in ambush behind some bushes and a tree, waiting for the Helenan Siren to get the prey
Okay.
over here.
So
Well-
several hours.
Polish, Avachov did, Avachov originally thought that, like, he didn't really understand it was gonna be, like, right now it's gonna happen. He thought, like, okay, like, it's gonna happen. But as we are waiting and day passes, I am, again, like, I'm not nowhere as chatful as I was before my horrible shattering in the middle of the town. But from moments to moments, as the light of the day changes direction, I say, one or two things, and I say to you, to Hulix, hey, sir, I think someone else maybe in the town would appreciate if once in a while we or I gave them some meat, or maybe some other things. You have to be careful of civilization. I've been thinking that when you have civilizations, you have a more peace than the one we feel when we go and struggle for food. So I think that peace leads to happiness, that leads to slavery. And like some moments pass, and I am, of course, I'm not in the same position as you are. I kind of like walk like from one place to another, not very far away, and like I scratch a bit of a tree, or take a branch and scratch myself, scratch the back, get a bit anxious, and I say to Hulix, do you know of happiness? Do you know of happiness? I ask you twice.
I turn my head again, that grinding noise can be heard as I look towards you, scratching yourself with a stick.
Good. You should never be careful about happiness. If you learn anything about it, go the other direction. Happiness will make you its slave.
I don't comment, but I do look upon you. My face ever so hard to read before I move to one particular tree, like one next to you. I look upon it before I break off one particularly large branch. Before I sit down again with that heavy, loud thump. As I take this long, maybe 8-foot long branch as I start to, with my claws and sometimes even with my teeth, start to remove the bark upon it. It's a thick branch. I take away all the tiny twigs upon it, all the leaves and much of the bark. Just remove all of these things. I just scrape it clean in my slow, methodical manner.
As you do, Avachov tries to imitate you. He's gonna look for another branch of similar length, and he's gonna try and do the same. Not quite sure of what you're doing, but he has learned from you just imitating, and usually he learns later what he's actually doing. So.
I continue to work that particular wood, as you can see that after it's been cleaned of all of its bark, I slightly try to bend it, almost making it into a curve or a crescent, and see how much it can bend before I can feel it starts to break or some such, and I try to find that good point when it's taut and tense.
You hear a branch breaking, and it's the one of Avachov, and he looks at you kind of curious, and he says, "Yeah, I can break it as easy. You want me to?"
I shake my head towards you again with that grinding noise, as I try and find that sweet spot where it's nice and taut, and then I put that long branch down as I do some more fine carving on it, taking one particular claw and making some holes or some such upon one end and then upon the other end, before I move into one particular quiver with my right claw and take forth a string and fasten it to both ends and show you a very quick, it took maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, a fairly quickly fashioned bow to the size that maybe you could use it, maybe, if you knew how to use a bow, before I tie the string there and holding it up towards you, showing you how I made it.
Okay. So after he broke the ranch, thinking that's what you wanted to do, and seeing that it wasn't actually what you wanted to do, he was like looking at you with a lot of attention and a lot of curiosity. And when he finally understands that that's a bow, you still have yours, I assume. So.
And after I have done it and pull a bit on the string, move it, you can hear that twanging sound of a taut bowstring, like ding, ding. And then I hold it towards you, giving it toward you, and then pull forth like 5 arrows and put them on the ground next to you. Then I stand up again, wobbling a bit, as I move towards one particular tree, maybe 30-40 feet away from here, and I almost punch it, with the tip of the claws first. And then I go walking back towards you, and when I'm standing right next to you, I draw with my peg leg a line into the ground and point on one side on it for you to stand as I draw my own bow, much more well made and finely carved, another more blackish brown wood than that very pale birch wood I made your quick make bow out of before I take up another arrow for me and take aim.
Okay, so
Shoot.
on all of this, like Avacha was very astonished when you presented the thing to him, and like it's like sinking in on him, like he's giving me a present, like, or no one had given me presents since I was with Samson. No one. He's not happy, so he's not a follower of San Zero for his. So this is a present. And I go and as you do the signs, I immediately like understand, but I'm still like shocked and surprised. It's like, wow, like you're showing me kindness. You are deliberately, of course, you had done this before, as you were the one who taught me better how to feed myself and conduct myself in the outdoors. But now there's like a physical representation of that, not the ethereal knowledge that is passed, but an actual object. And he takes the bow after you're already in position, and he takes the arrows. He like nods very slowly, and like he has seen you many times, of course, do the thing with your arrows. He puts most of them in the satchel, and one of the little openings. He just puts them there, and he takes one of them, and he tenses the bow. And he looks at you, and looks back at the bow, looks at you,
Yeah, as
afraid.
you pull the string back, I see, the obvious things that you're doing wrong, and then I, like, with as gently as a stone man can, slightly push the elbow, your one elbow that way, and then move one hand up that way, and then like nod and point towards that big target I made on the tree. More or less teaching you for a while, as long as you'll put up with it for the day at the very least, or until that prey comes here. I'm teaching you how to shoot.
Give me perception checks. Or just you.
$17.
Okay, great. Well, you definitely, as you guys are both, you're trying to teach Avachov the rudiments of archery and how to string a bow and pull the arm back at the right angle. You hear as you're standing, you're kind of you're doing your own thing, and that a little bit ways off. You hear the like slight sounds of like an animal, like kind of like like grunting and rooting around somewhere, maybe a dozen or so yards away. You hear the sound of like some sort of commotion going on, an animal. You hear the sound of like claws or like hooves or something against dirt or you hear like an animal rooting around kind of away from you.
I do look in that direction to see what it is.
And you see this, it's like this something the size of like a wild pig, maybe a little bit bigger. That's kind of it's sort of like a reptilian creature, 4 legs, like rounder at the back. It's kind of like an oblong shaped creature, kind of egg shaped, larger at the back and narrower at the front, and it kind of has like a long like tapering kind of snout, almost like a kind of like an aardvark, but over like the jowls, like not just like flaps of skin. You see, there's like this the flesh kind of like sags on either side of the like the muzzle here, and rather than it being just skin, so it ends in these small kind of like not tentacles, but like something more like a very short, narrow kind of like elephant trunk kind of thing. Maybe like a foot long, maybe foot and a half long. From its snout, and it kind of manipulates the ground with that, along with its hooves, and you see this thing digging up the rocks and the pebbles and things around where you buried that creature. And you see animal kind of trying to get at whatever's down there. As
I notice that, I wordlessly to a degree, maybe not elbow Avachov, but maybe touching with my arm, like a light bump, but again, it is an arm of stone bumping him. As I not point, but look towards that beast as I take aim, and that's good. And then I shoot it, because I cannot allow that taint to spread. Even if that's just a beast that wants to eat a corpse,
right.
The taint can spread. That's not permissible.
All right, roll for it. Why not? I'll.
Ten.
10? Oh, well, I succeed on my defense. I rolled a 9. I'm just rolling because why not? I know extras don't roll, but I'm going to because there's only one thing here. So you, I don't know if Taholix gets embarrassed, but after teaching all about the skills of archery, you line up the shot, but then
Testing.
We can hear you.
Testing.
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. What happened since I rolled that 25 in perception?
You see an animal rooting around, trying to eat at the corpse that was dug up, and Taholix goes to try and shoot it, but again, normally you'd be fine, but because you've somehow grown in height and your peg leg isn't as everything's not right. You're just off balance as you fire the shot, and this thing, maybe it heard you, or maybe it smelled. Well, it couldn't have smelled you. Maybe it smelled Avachov or something. But it jolts up. You fire just like a hair's breadth above the flank of this thing, and it.
I wanna try and fire. I also would like to try and fire.
Yes.
Basically, I can for bows I can roll outdoorsman -2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe.
Let's see. Okay, that's an. I think that's a 12. Let me be completely sure.
I'll take your word for it. I can't see your dice stream.
Let me see. Yeah, that would be a 12.
Okay, so I mean, you both try to shoot this thing, but this is the beast of supreme evasion. I'm just going to use the same thing as before, and it's it goes wide somewhat. You almost got it, but it's sort of scurrying away down away from you. Back into the underbrush, it scurries away.
I simply look at where it ran off, and then I examine the hole it dug where I had buried that contaminated corpse, just making sure that it didn't eat anything of that tainted flesh. If I'm certain that it didn't nibble on it, then I'll just return to teaching Avashov some more bow shooting.
It certainly didn't get to any of the creature because you buried that thing 5 feet deep. But you did sort of mix in like a lot of the dirt had like slop on it. And there's kind of some of that, mixed in all the way through with like what you piled back on. It definitely didn't eat any of the creature, but whether whether it touched or didn't eat any of the like fluids, you can't be sure. Nothing looks horrific, but you can't be sure.
While Tuhulix was inspecting that, like Avachov was like, oh, like this is my first time like shooting a bow, and damn it ran off. But he was the first to perceive it, and he perceived it so well that he actually, I think it's reasonable. He actually can follow it, and he's gonna try again to shoot it. With my 25 perception, I think it's reasonable. I could follow it for a nice time, even though it's
sure.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna try another time. I'm gonna try again and see if Avachov gets it. He gets another arrow out of his satchel. He's like running. He's like at the same time. I'm like, oh, this is exciting, but at the same time, it's so much. I just took a freaking arrow and a bow. So let's see what. And it's just an 8. So yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's saying you definitely it's harder than it looks. It's harder than it looks to fire this thing.
Yeah, definitely, and another arrow goes to the ground, but I'm still trying to chase it, and I'm gonna shoot all the arrows I have towards it until I catch it, if I do. So I don't know. You may tell me if I.
I mean, like after the second time, like it gets out of the way. Like one perception check can't help you for like the whole hunt. But yeah, unless you want to continue to try and chase it, you can roll some more. You can roll an outdoorsman to try and track it, or just a straight perception check if you can like see it through the underbrush. It's fled back
after the second one. Let's say after the second one I missed. I
don't know how many arrows you have, but
I had 5 if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Correct.
I take again the arrow that went to the floor because it didn't hit my prey, and I'm gonna try to track it first.
Okay,
so
this is gonna take like time. Like this isn't like a round sort of thing. Especially if you're recovering your arrow, which is totally fine by me. But like this is a proper hunt. Like at this point, you're gonna try and track this thing. So
sure.
Okay.
Nice. He's gonna try. Let's see if it goes better. My new roll is.
This is going to be an outdoorsman to try and track it.
Yeah, that would be Enlightenment plus an outdoorsman, I imagine. So that would be that's a 13.
Okay. It takes a while, but you're able to, you think you catch up with the
little trails.
You can follow where it goes, and it leads. You see, there's like a felled tree, like something that looks like it's naturally been felled, and beneath that, or around that felled tree, there's like a burrow, a hollow that's been dug into the ground beneath it. You see, tracks, and your ogre senses can perceive the scent of this thing, and it looks like it sort of fled into this little den here.
I go fascinated because this is the first time, like always when we were hunting, I usually, this kind of prey usually Tuhulix would take because it's too fast and too quick for me to grab, but this time I actually was able to catch one. I almost hit it twice, and then now it's there. Now I found its home. Maybe there's more of those there. So I boom, that, lie down and put try to smell those things that I could very well catch with my teeth if they were not so quick. And I try to follow the smell, into the little opening of the burrow, and I laugh very loudly. The Helix, come! And then I go again. Come, I found it! I say, victorious. And I take, I take the arrow, and I look at the burrow, just expecting for it, and then I go some steps back, because of course I know I made a lot of noise, but I'm thinking, okay, how large can that burrow be? Eventually it will feel safe and it will get out. So it's I go and I'm waiting, just fascinating that I may actually maybe this time will be the sleek, dexterous one, as I wait for Tuhulix.
I hear him shouting over there somewhere in the glades, and I just look at that direction where the noise is coming from as I start my slow gait in that direction, also making sure that I check the area if that slithering thing is going to come up here, if that ambush Narvog spoke of is going to happen, just to make sure I'm ready for some Python murdering should it be needed.
So you eventually reach me, I assume?
Yeah, after a minute or so of me walking.
Yeah, and this thing does not leave its den.
Sure, you see me with the arrow and the thing, and I have this smile. Sorry for the phone.
It's all right.
Give me a second.
So you see.
Okay, I think. So you see me with the bow. I have a very wide smile look, but you see some of the sweat in my forehead, and I'm trying to ease some of the arc. Right now, you may think maybe because these creatures have lactic acid and such, but actually I'm afraid that I'm so excited I may break it. So I'm trying not to go ahead of time, but I'm still pointing at that thing, and I'm quite ready to stay there a long time, as Tuhulix has shown me that patience pay off. So
right.
Looking towards that, he has tracked this thing into its burrow, and since I have some knowledge of spelunking and how one would dig a den and how animals would hide in tunnels and burrows, I just look over the earth around it in this particular mound trace where I think a tunnel would go, and as I walk over it in that particular direction this way, probably making some more noise scraping the iron peg, and then as I stand maybe 15 feet away from Alvachov, I motion you to look down at that barrow as I not jump. I'm not capable of jumping. That's just something I cannot do. But I almost, just timber fall chest first to the ground to make noise, ruckus, and make the ground tremble in that to scare the beast out of its hiding place. A big, heavy, 1,500 pound boom into the ground.
What would an animal do in such a situation? Sure.
Probably depends on the animal, but
it does depend on the animal. I'm gonna say sure. So I'm gonna give you can as another attack you can do Avachov. You can have a a plus 2. Since you're standing right by it. So go for it.
Okay, let's go. God damn it. Okay, that's gonna be low. That's just 9.
Okay, so I'm just using the same thing. But this thing, roll me a defense. This thing comes charging out of you, as you did not kill it.
Okay. A defense. If I am not mistaken, that is without modifiers
You,
for Avachok. So
I don't. It's whatever your defense.
yeah, I know. Yeah, no, yeah, I know. That's
It
why
might
I'm
be
saying.
0 for you.
Yeah, for me it's 0. That's why I say
Yeah.
without modifiers. I think I have not rolled. Let me. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's just a 2, so that thing is gonna
Oh my
attack me.
God! I rolled an 18, my friend. Uh, that's what 8s can do for you.
That's gonna be
Um,
sweet.
Okay.
Please describe how
So-
it attacks me, how big it is, or how dangerous the attack is.
I think I boost 3 times on you. So this thing comes out, this rotund beast, this a massive thud, like it's almost like the earth splitting open as spread eagle, like someone knocked over a statue, which is what is happening, and slams on the ground. You feel actually the soil shake here, as it's quite a porous kind of dirt here, like moors and such, and you feel that reverberation through the ground, Avachav, but you hear like a snarl, roar, and a yelp of fear, all at once coming from beneath this burrow, and you as well, Avachav, weren't prepared for the noise and the reverberation that Tahalix makes. You just stand waiting there. This thing comes out so fast that you're not even prepared for it, and the twang of the arrow just goes, and it goes into the the den where it was half a second ago, but it just goes right into you. It's it bears that as like jowls are like flared back, and you see there's some wicked fangs and teeth within this creature's mouth, and it just hits you like a battering ram and takes a big bite, and also the claws sink into your flesh, as it looks like these claws are like really, as the burrow suggests as well, are like made for digging deep through rock and soil, and take 7 damage as I boosted 3 times upon you.
Okay. How big is
0
the creature?
armor surpass. What?
How big is the creature?
It is slightly larger than a wild pig.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I understand. Just one creature went out, or several?
Just one.
Okay. So okay.
And it bolts after it does that. Like it's ready. Like it keeps going, or tries to.
Like my bow goes through, and that beast was already gone, and then it goes towards me, and like it goes to my shoulder, and I fall, and the fucking beast already like trampled all over me when I have the blood, and I throw the bow at the floor, and I start stomping. I'm gonna hit you this time. I'm gonna hit you.
It's gone. Unless you want to keep the fight going, try to keep going after it.
No.
But it's
No.
it fucking bolts. It was scared as shit that something was gonna happen, and something did happen.
Yeah.
This thing. Now you have, I don't know how badly you are, but like that thing. You see that? To haul, like you get back up, and you see this thing receding into the distance, and blood pouring out of Avachav, who's raging against the world.
I just look at the display of anger and wrath and emotion. Let's just say the emotional outpouring of this ogre at this maybe first time he tries to hunt with a bow. I can obviously see that he needs more training. So as he stomps and thrashes around and maybe even slaps his now bloodied flesh, I at one point just get inside, his personal space, within arm's reach to just, make him stop thrashing and smashing. So at one point when you just raise an arm, there I am in front of you. As I motion you to follow this way.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm doing this, and then like I look at you, and then I like try to go to the floor again, not looking at you. You see my gaze, but eventually like I look at you like 3 times, and the fact that you're like so calm, doing nothing, it's like it just soothes me, and it's like, well, what am I raging about? Fuck it, it's already gone. I just go. Thank you for the gift. I say now. There's a sound, a bit of defeat in my voice as I say that, and I take the ball from the floor, and I go. I put it. Like first, I was gonna like put it like here, but then I was like, no, maybe it would break. Maybe it's not wise to put it there. My arm is too wide. So like I opened my satchel and just like put it, next to the other arrows, and then I say, hey, arrow ain't in there, so I'm just gonna go and retrieve it, and that's all. There's plenty of time for Avachov to become a great user of the bow, as Avachov has become a great outdoorsman. You're a great teacher. I could follow this red to this place, and it's just as much as thank you to this, I say. And I start, going in like to see the arrow.
I simply stare at you as you praise my bow making skills and my archery as you retrieve the arrow, and when you stand up again, I motion for us to return to that glade where I made our practice range, if you could even call it that.
Clearly, more practice is required.
Oh yeah,
indeed.
And with that, as your first hunting expedition with a bow, Avachov ends in pain and blood, unfortunately. We shift back to the house of Azad and Nali, who has returned from her business. You have explained to her the event that is to come, and you have both gotten dressed to your nines, in however you want to describe, and you are about to depart to meet this individual. Who? You and Nali are going to your meeting.
Sorry.
That's all right. So, yeah, Nali has gotten her best as well ready. Enough of whoever you would have selected for your entourage is good to go. It is.
I don't pick any humans.
Okay.
Sold that one.
Great.
No, nothing. Just all day long.
Okay. Razak was right. And you head out. Do you take the palanquin or?
No, the cart. No, just have.
Cart.
I'll have the Optoling drawn cart. The Optoling itself has like if it's not raining or anything, it's gonna have like a little decorative harness coat that sort of goes over its leather and iron harness. Just decorating. Parts of it are also painted by some of the servants, as I fully endorse, any artistic expression amongst my servants, in their spare time, of course. But I I myself am dressed in just a fine sort of tunicked robe with a silver sash. Mostly, I'm wearing silver and gold, and blues, whites, and, and silver and gold. Very, I'm taking a bit of a risk actually with my fashion, with my attire. It is a bit. It is not like extremely gaudy, but with anyone with like any great fashion sense, could tell that like it's a little. It's not. It's not contemporary. It's not like what you would expect. It's the designs and whatnot. Imagine sort of blue and silver zebra stripes sort of go about one part of the shawl-like robe that goes from over one shoulder and down the other, and it's like this tunic robe getup, some gold jewelry here and there. But of course, I have that box. One of my servants is holding. He hands me it after I I take my wife's hand and lead her in to the cart before I, as is very common. And then I turn to my servant and I take the box and I go in with her. And inside, she would tell that I most certainly am excited. She would definitely tell that I'm very excited for this. And it's very difficult for me to hold back, to keep reserved. But I look at her and I sort of smile a bit, and I put my hand sort of near her. I don't touch her, but I put it sort of near her as if an invitation, and I say, "This is our chance, my dear. This is the step that we must take. We must succeed for any firm gains in these lands. This is royalty that we are speaking with. It's a great opportunity for us."
And she definitely has a look of, you can feel and sense that excitement as well. It's that exhilaration of, some people find thrills in perhaps more overt and physical ways, but the thrill of business, of wining and dining, of diplomacy, of building bridges and climbing stepping stones on the road power, has its own attractions and its own excitement, and that is definitely present in upon her as well. But she is perhaps a bit more successful at keeping it under wraps than you are at this moment. Mm-hmm. You can see, like, she doesn't look at you when you talk to her. She's looking ahead, and you can just see those wheels turning. The scales and the weights, trying to see all the angles, measure all the items, trying to think, the best. You're already playing that chess game in her head.
Now I have brought her, and I sort of pull my hand away from near her. Now I bring to this night a fine gift, and I gesture to the box near me. It's like a simple sort of painted wooden box. I'm bringing a gift to this night, to this royalty of the lands, and I believe it will be the final step that we will need. If it turns out that she does not like our company, I have something in backup.
She raises an eyebrow at this, as much as a Dowan can.
Oh, no. I cannot show it to you. Not yet.
She doesn't. Yeah, like
But I like
Yeah.
I assume, right? No. But rest assured, before this night is over, it will be unveiled.
Hmm. She nods. "Oh, I have some things of my own as well if need should arise for them.
And I'm sure it is wonderful.
Hmm. Um, and yeah, give me an insight roll.
16.
Okay. Um, yeah. With that, you feel that that exhilaration yourself. Um, in this heat of the moment, it's like right before game time. You know what I mean? It's those. You could tell Nali is conflicted in a way. Her instinct and her whole life up until um, your marriage has been uh, just her against all competitors, and there's looks like there's some difficulty trying to like you brought something like competing with you, but then like
Mhm.
we are as one, and you know what I mean. Let's
Mhm.
reconciling that because it's still early days for you fine folks, but you
And I see
proceed.
that,
Yeah,
I sort of smile, um, but and I try to make eye contact with her.
yeah. You do. You establish contact and
I look into her eyes, and and I say, "We are in this together. This will happen. This is not a fool's errand."
and she. You're right. It is not. And she has that. Her lips, go back, and she exposes some of her own uh, sparkling teeth as well, despite herself, showing a little bit of those fangs as the anticipation of what this meeting might bring you.
I
Uh,
lean back and I say, "You have seen the creature. Do you know what order it is from? Has your mother spoken to you of this? I've never seen one such as yourself. How would
I
I know
spent.
how to properly address her if it were to come up? Hmm? Do you know?"
She is, though I haven't seen one before, though. I have read as much as I could upon Hain and his family. And there are many in his line, among his children, that share the blood, whether fully or only partially, of the water nymphs. The naiad is what she is called. Hain's wife, one of his several wives, the Wave Queen, is one of these nymphs. And though it is not spoken of open uh, in open conversation, I know is able to discern that the Wave Queen is herself the child of are they barons of Consulo from Karth. The line travels far, but there may be some opportunity in that realization in the future, but that is her kind. The blood of Cinder is within her. I do not know specifically what these naiads, their habits, their proclivities, but I do know enough to understand they have many supernatural gifts. Not sure the
Supernatural.
extent of which. Yes. They can. You have. And she pauses. And she looks at you and she kind of like. Does that like. Smirk, like. At you. Like, you have seen her. Even you have no doubt felt the extreme beauty that she exudes. And like she's kind of like half like appraising like what
And
are
I
you how
kind
you
of
gonna
like,
respond to
I
that?
kind of cringe. I visibly cringe, I grimace a bit. I'm like, I thought she a filthy mixed breed between some sort of man and Typhon. No, 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 no. She is not. She's not beautiful in that sense. No, no, my dear. Do not worry. She is um, inspiring. Is the proper word.
Mm-hmm.
Upon seeing her, the strange colorations of her odd blood, it has inspired me for future jewelry works of art. No doubt will further our goals.
I've heard some say that the nymphs they are immortal until taking a husband. I do not know if this one has. I would think it improper to ask, but something
Sure
to be
will.
aware of if this land is host to such creatures. Who knows how old, how long their own plans have been in waiting, been in the developing. We must be cautious of this, particularly when we are to meet Hain and his Wave Queen. But if this is a child of Hain, she cannot be too old.
And I sort of nod a bit, in visible contemplation of what she said. And I sort of look away from her a bit, and then I sort of look back at her, like we both sort of, break our gaze to one another, and I sort of look away, and then I look back at her, just sort of admiring her beauty, and I wait for her to see that like I'm looking at her, and then I sort of say in a low voice to her. Besides, there is only one for me. That decision was not made by my mother. And I sort of smile a bit, in like a bit of a respectful, but also a flirtatious sort of thing. Like,
Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay.
See how well you do.
I got a 19.
Oh. All right. And you say that, and she, turns her gaze, back to you, and she breaks that contemplative look, and she smiles. And that hand which you had, the other hand of yours which you had, rested on the wagon, in between the two of you nearby, she puts her hand out atop of yours. As the wagon continues along. Out from your long house, the pilings and columns of your mansion visible in silhouette above and behind you as we follow the wagon down through the hills and farms into the town, the town proper. There is one of those tall but narrow wood buildings that is particularly high. Almost looks, in a way, kind of similar if you've ever seen like a like one of those medieval Scandinavian churches.
Yeah.
Not quite that ornate, but similar in design and construction. You see there's a retinue of individuals outside the entryway to this building, not unlike your own. You'd notice immediately the colors which these figures wear match those of the Oak Knights, and are identical to those who got out of the gondola before the knighthood exited as well. You are allowed in. You are being expected. Lady Oshia awaits the both of you within, says one of the humans. Are you going to... how many of your entourage did you bring with you?
I just have two, one for me and one for my wife.
Okay.
The others they stay with the car.
Okay, so those two are allowed.
Those are basically our cupbearers, and they help with her dress and our clothing.
Yeah, your attendants rather than your guards, shall we say? Okay, you're led within, and there are, there's a large fire that's been built in the middle of the structure, which has a fire pit within it. You see there are above you there are teeters. There are 3 teeters to this building. It's like there's a central. It's one big room, but there are rafters. Different floors, with the center of the structure open to the top of the roof. There are furs and tapestries that are hanging from underneath these these scaffold floors above you. There are a number of individuals within here. You're not sure what they're doing above floors, but there's definitely people all throughout here. Not so much that it is crowded. This isn't like a tavern or something like that, but a buzz with activity, shall we say. The rectangular layout of the structure you see across on the far side past the fire pit. You see there are a number of partitions that have been set up, which have kind of cordoned off the back 1/3 of this large building. This wooden structure. More of the attendants of the Oak Knight, as well as some familiar, vaguely familiar for you, faces of the satyrs and orcs, which tended to Knight Kerala as well. You see in here, looking very much the same as they always do. They are not wearing colors and markings of rank like the those who have come by boat to be here in this town. You hear much discussion going on about you, and as you both cross the threshold and walk to the other side here, you're not. No one gives you any guff. You are welcomed in quite freely. You see a large table, which looks to be an actual slice of a tree that's just been treated and turned on its side. You see there's bark around the edges of the table, and roots. A piece of the root structure of this, or some other great tree, is used as the kind of legs for this thing. Thrown on top of it is several smaller furs, not like big bear pelts, but smoother hide hides are thrown about on top of it. Atop that are many reams of parchment and scrolls, and you see some of them are written in a language or languages you can't discern, but you also see maps and representations of what could only be the greater peninsula of Iphapum, but also other what you assume to be maps of other places, and some things that don't really make sense to you. It doesn't look like a map of land, or maybe it's just how orcs or satyrs in this land do cartography here, or maybe it's something else. There's also on-stretched animal skins, various stylized forms of art. It's difficult to discern their meaning, so different it is to how things are in Karth or Milica or amongst Dawans, but it looks like drawn by the fingers themselves, not with brushes of different diameters and such. It seems a bit cruder, but clearly of fine craftsmanship nonetheless. This partition area is empty, save for these accoutrements, but also you see the serpentine form. She's not facing you as you arrive in here. You see the green, blue, gold scales that still reflect off of the firelight within here. The cascading, multicolored hair of various hues that seamlessly meld together. Fins sticking out at different places along her arms, and from the back of her head, and from the cascade of hair, the great fish-like fin end of her tail, which sways somewhat, and it seems like tissue paper thin at the very tip, which seems to move about as if there were a breeze, which does not exist in here. As you arrive, she turns to you. completely nude, no covering about her person, just this strange nymph form. And however you want to internalize that nymph effect that she does have upon all creatures, it hits you, that perfectly smooth face, those huge limpid eyes of shimmering viridian, like reflecting off of like water reflecting in the sunlight. But she waits for you to introduce yourself as she turns expectantly toward you. She moves her serpentine form almost like effortlessly. She must like slither somehow, but it's as if she like glides on a frictionless floor.
I approach with my wife, and like my wife could feel like there's a slight tug, like she has to tug me a bit as I sort of, I'm staggered for a moment, as she lets on, like, oh, she's not clothed, like that's like I'm just kind of like, oh no, and my wife sort of has to pull me, and she looks at me, at that, and then I sort of follow her, and we reach a distance from her.
Mm-hmm.
And I wait for my wife to introduce herself before me, as is custom for Dalwon.
And she does. I'm not going to speak over you.
And after she she introduces herself, and I say, Lady Knight, I am Azad of House Rava, from the City of Stone, far in the Eastern Sea. I am humbled that you would have our audience on this night. I bow, with my wife. We both sort of bow in humble civility.
And she bows slightly as well, not as deeply as you do. I am Lady Ushia Hain, Oak Knight of these lands. I welcome you to Ifapum. I understand you have already arrived many chains prior. I do hope that the people here have shown you due hospitality, as it is our way. And there has been no cause for frustration.
Of course not. The people of this land know hospitality very well.
As do you, Azad of House Rava. And she addresses Amnali as well, but
Mm-hmm.
and she glides up to the table, and you see for the first time, you're so focused on making that good impression. She sets down a box and some a ream of paper, which you instantly notice as that of the missive that you have sent and the gift that you sent along with your ship. And she opens the box, and you see that glittering craftsmanship, and she lightly traces her finger upon one of the many wonderful gems that you have into it. And she closes it again.
When I watch, it's like food for me. As I watch, my eyes sort of widen a bit. As I watch her eyes look at it in her adoring my craftsman, my craftsmanship, and I'm thinking, yes, in my mind.
This will go quite beautifully upon my mother's shoulders. We happened upon your vessel headed south to the city on our journey here. We did not immediately know whom they were, for you would agree you are strangers in this land, but no difficulty was had once we established whom each other were and our purposes for navigating the eastern waters. All was quite well. You should be pleased, for your people did nothing but honor toward your name and are clearly quite loyal to the both of you. Such loyalty speaks highly of your character and the grace with which your attendants compose themselves when not in your direct company speaks to your eye and judgment in the character of others. And she nods slightly. That is good. I have no doubt your vessel will return to the docks here in a few short more days. Our ship is larger and could make the journey much quicker. But all will be well, and once my business here in the north is concluded, I will return with this eloquently composed letter and your most gracious gift, and it will reach safely the hands of my dear mother in short order.
Well, thank you, but you must not think that my wife and I come to you now without gifts in respect to the Lady Princess. We have brought gifts for you, but when the time comes, if you wish to see them, you may.
Once again, I extend to you my gracious thanks for your continued benevolence and good character towards myself and therefore all the people of this kingdom.
When my wife had first come to these lands, we had seen these people, we had spoken to them. They were very different from what we were used to, isn't that right? Yes. But once we got to know them a bit better, we understood that they have a degree of heart and strongness of character which, frankly, is lacking in some parts of the world.
Yes, this land has a great history, and such history does breed such character. So much has changed very little for many cycles, but those times themselves are changing, as your presence here attests to.
I thank you.
She,
It is our hope, my wife and I, that our stay in your lands will only bring you prosperity for not only yourself, but your mother, the king, and all the people that live here.
a most enlightened goal and enlightened attitude. That does my heart good. I admit I was quite curious when my father allowed you a passage when you initially extended your request to come to these lands. I thought it strange that those so far away and so different, so unknown to these parts of the world would deign to set foot upon these shores, which some might say is less refined than other locales upon Kavega Thale. But
Your father's wisdom is vast, surely, for he knew before he had even met us of our fine nature.
and she smiles at that. And the king is indeed a wise man and a better judge of character than I could ever hope to be. With an infinite passing of cycles, I do believe I would be little match for him in that regard. For it is not every man who is able to unite under one banner so many different and disparate species, such at times painful histories under one banner, under one kingdom. It is truly a wondrous thing.
It is a history that is not unknown to my wife and I, for where we come from, this too also happened, though what the reasoning of why it happened was one of barbarism and savagery, one the likes of which should not be spoken in these halls.
No, of course not. But you pique my curiosity. Our history is known to the two of you, as you say, and have proven in your dealings here. What is it that they say in the south, if anything at all, of these northern lands? What do the other people of Kavega Thale know, if anything, about us and our humble peninsula?
Oh. I look at my wife like, oh shit. Like we both share a look like we know exactly what they say about these barbarians. And then, but I struggle to keep a straight face, and they speak quite highly of these lands. They speak of the fine wine, the fine agricultural works that are done here. I do believe, my wife, there have been many ships that have come here before, but none like ours. No, our coming heralds a new age of wealth for these lands.
I certainly hope so. That is good to hear, that the reputation of my father's kingdom is so highly lauded. And she smiles, you're not quite sure if she is if she bought it or if not. It's but she continues. Yes, that is good to hear. I do believe you're quite right. Your coming does herald a great many new things. I hope them positive. As I've said, the behavior of your people, your sailors and servants, they are quite loyal to you. Initially there was some misunderstanding, only momentarily, but they were quite willing to do just about anything to see your missive reach its intended destination. That is quite an inspiring sight to see. I'm told by Knight Coralla that you and your wife and your family have arrived before the festivities last cycle, but alas, your many duties prevented you from being in attendance. I'm so ashamed that you were not present to witness such splendors. It is truly a sight to behold, to witness the workings of the people here with an attunement to the esoteric. It is quite breathtaking. I understand the festivities this cycle were a bit more lively than is usually the case. But and unfortunately some of the usual activities had to be foregone in such circumstances. But that is unfortunate.
Yes, that was unfortunate. I had learned afterward of the importance of your culture's festivities and history. You adhere quite closely to them. In this, my wife and I deeply respect, and we have sent our condolences to Knight Coralla, and we both hope that by no means did we mean disrespect to him and the people of this land and their culture. But if what I say is true, that we bring wealth, we must keep to our duties.
Of course. Knight Coralla understands, and no doubt you will be able to give such condolences to him personally when our business is concluded here. But that's not for... but first, my apologies, how rude of me. And she beckons to nobody in particular, but some attendants come, and there's drink and food, not like for like a meal, but like if you want like refreshment, is put forth. And
I don't drink any wine, but I pick. I take some food.
There's water
mine,
there,
it
too,
would be improper to not accept.
Right. And so your goal here is, as I've said, quite agreeable to both myself and my father as well. Now that we may speak in person, I'm quite eager and interested to hear the specifics with which the methods by which you intend to bring such prosperity. While no doubt you will have gathered that many of the common folk here are not quite as up on the trends and specifics, minute details of trade and mercantilism, but I hope I can be a bit more of an avid audience for you, and I'm most eager.
Well, of course. What you see my wife and I bring to these lands is not only gold and gems. Oh yes, gems too. But an idea, a seed that will grow to a greater land of prosperity. The idea, I look at my wife and back and then back to this nymph. The idea is abstract to some, yes, in these lands, but to others, it is quite clear and obvious. And I have found that many of the people of which I've spoken to here in my time, they have understood and are excited for what is to be brought. It is simple, really. I look back at my wife and then back. We trade between one merchant and another. Instead of mm, giving one good to another for another good, instead you have one currency, a banner, an image, perhaps an image of your king, so that all may know where these coins come from, all may know of their land. These coins, of course, they could be made with gold, silver, copper, any precious metal, nothing less than that. These coins can be made, minted, by, of course, skilled hands. I gesture to myself. And when they are minted, they can be given out. Instead of this wine on the table, instead of myself giving you this for that wine, instead I'll give you a coin. The coin is like honor. It is one's word manifested to physicality. It means that I have this. I will pay you this. This is worth this much. Whether it be a bottle of wine, 3 chickens, a goat, depends. But it is the combining element of which all the many things of wealth and trade fall under. The one banner, the one image. This is what we bring to the people of the lands. This is what we wish for them to understand.
She takes that in for a moment, and she nods, clearly understanding what you're putting down. She's not like it's not
I
like
was
sitting
trying to
with
read
you.
that from her, like I was trying to, like I went full ham, like I was looking at her and I was like, okay.
She gets it.
So like I'm amazed, like I'm kind of like, oh, she understood. Like, I look at my wife like, oh.
Yeah, she is a far cry from the bumpkins that you had for dinner, some chains ago, who were completely dumbfounded at the idea of coinage and such things. Yes, indeed, it is a trend I'm aware has spread with ever increasing. Hear a buzzing noise. Which increases throughout many of the civilized, shall we say, areas of Kvegathale.
Yes, it is most correct. You see, for history of Karth before it was, there were many people, as the stories say. There was a great war that happened, and the many people needed to unify to fight back this force. And of course they were successful. But now there are these many people. And there is this one location with these many people. And they said to each other, how can we make this better? How can we prosper together? And that is where they accepted the coin. They accepted this form of wealth. And the city of Karth, the city of Storm, it is a tremendous city, filled with absolute wonder. But my wife and I have long since left it for these lands. For this is what we wish to do, to make it into a grand place filled with wonders.
And she smiles again, still keeping that diplomacy going. And do you intend to bring material wealth from your home in Milica and Karth, or start anew here in Total?
Well, of course, there will be shipments coming in from Karth, and with my wife and I, our further business, the longer we stay here, the more our respective houses will bring their ships over here from Karth, and perhaps your ships down there. Trade will be established, prosperity will flourish. But yes, there may be shipments of finery that be sent from these vessels.
Do you have aims to gather resources here in Ifapum, or merely be an exchange of sorts?
Lady Knight, we do not wish to get ahead of ourselves, for that is a conclusion. Of course, what business could sustain itself without being able to get sustenance from the very land it puts its roots in? But yes, as far as I know, I look at my wife at this, we have not been made aware of any sort of mining operations or any of this sort. But, and I look back then, but rest assured, if such would be made known to us, we both have not only the skill, the eye, but the tools to find that mineral, albeit mineral or silver, or perhaps, if you're lucky, even gold. Though gold is rather difficult to find.
It can be. This land, as I've said before, is quite old, and quite much of its wealth is still intact. There are some endeavors which are known to the king and his counts. Would you and your wife be amenable to investigating such endeavors were you called upon to do so?
Well, of course, if this would involve perhaps a new mine opening or a new finding, and of course any shipment of gold once the mint is up and running.
Of course. It's also, as you have stated, very important for trade to serve as a knitting, a binding together of disparate communities, different people, so that all people as one might share in the wealth and prosperity that it provides. She thinks, for a second, then, this is very good news. I'm most pleased with what I am hearing, and quite intrigued and eager for additional further discussions, be it myself or perhaps others of my station, or perhaps above. Time will tell. But there are a few questions I do have. You were present upon the landing, and you know that it is not just myself which have arrived in this town, but other knights from other areas of Ipum have cause to assemble here and elsewhere as well. There are some developments which require the input of the knighthood, not just the Oak Knights, but the other orders of the Isles of Reflection, as well as the West, East, and South. For we are all as one kingdom. I was intrigued to see in your entourage, upon your wonderful vehicle, a quite beautiful Siren female. Is she one of your attendants as well? That is quite a boast to have one such as she serving in your midst. Is that the case, or do I mistake appearances?
Oh, by no means. And I look back at my wife. By no means is she one of our servants, but one of the locals that has taken a liking to our hospitality. I'm afraid when she had first come to us, I'm looking at my wife when I say this. When she had first come to us, she did not have much. She was what we call in Koth, a beggar. One that has nothing and wishes only to take. But, after speaking with her, we had understood that her story is rather sad. And we couldn't help, and I look back at her, we couldn't help but lend whatever aid we can to her. And now she lives quite comfortably.
Myself and the other knights would be quite intrigued to hear that story. It piques my interest to hear that it is so interesting as well.
Do you know of the Siren people?
I do. There are many among the coastline, and particularly the counts of the various isles who often must handle such settlements. It would seem of late the Siren colonies, most of which are far further south than this, there has been a change amongst them, a change which is somewhat confusing to many of us. It has caused some degree of inconvenience and has sparked much curiosity as to what has caused such a change. When I beheld this siren in your presence, I thought perhaps such an individual, if so tamed, might have answers, but that may not be the case if indeed she is some manner of mendicant, but perhaps not. Are you three close with this one?
We have known her for a few chains, yes. She is, with our help, she has become rather independent. She has learned to live without fear. I do believe whatever happened to her, she still holds much paranoia, and perhaps I often see her looking after her child very closely.
child. It
Well,
is
yes, she is a mother.
It is fortunate for the both of them that they chose to come ashore here in the north. I dare say the greeting that they would have received would have been some manner harsher if we were in the south.
Are the southern waters more dangerous?
There are a small collection of siren colonies to the south, and a gathering of siren colonies means an increased amount of piracy and raiding. Sirens are not kind to the coasts, particularly those of the Isles of Reflection. But details for another time, perhaps. But if you wouldn't mind, if, well, she is not one of yours, perhaps I will have one of the others seek her out and speak with her myself. I would be most interested to hear this tale of hers. I would
No.
pique my
You must
curiosity.
feel free to send a missive to our house. She frequently comes to our abode. We will gladly give this message to her.
Thank you. It will be done.
I must ask, since we do not have these names where we are from, Knight, Oak Knight, my wife and I, we do not understand. How do you obtain this title? How have you obtained this title?
The knights of this land are 6 each in one of the 6 locations, regions in the kingdom, which are governed by a count or countess. This land is known as the Western Farmlands and is ruled by a countess. All the 3 regions of the mainland peninsula are under the domain of a countess, one of the ancient Orc matriarchs of this land, before the coming of my father's people. This region, your countess, is Soleset Bukštef Lutratsu. Each of the counts are themselves appointed by the king. The king appoints the counts appoint the knights, and there are 6 knights for every count or countess. The Western Farmlands, the Eastern Shore, the southern forests of the Ivapum Peninsula, Karepik Isle, Consulo Isle, and Elwian Isle of the Isles of Reflection, as well as the city of Ivapum itself. I am such. I am an Oak Knight in service to the city and to the king himself.
Have all the knights, do they own land? Do they protect it?
They do protect it. Not all own land. Many of the orcs find the concept of ownership as you might see it something of an alien concept, but each knight governs and protects the land if there is need to defend it. The knight also settles disputes which are large enough that require his or her attention.
Ah, so you are knowledgeable of the laws in these lands. If you do not mind, I wish to ask you a question on behalf of this. What do you do with your thieves? Your murderers? Your bastards? Your adulterers? What do you do with these people?
Each count has slightly differing degrees of opinions of severity, and while the laws within all of Ifapum are close enough together to share a commonality, there are slight differences and variations depending on which region you might find yourself in. Here in the West, the most violent of crimes, such as murder or rape, are usually met with either execution or I do not know the word for it, but they are what's the word? Re-educated is not quite the correct word, but their minds are cleaned of such base impulses by the magi of the lands, if the need is great enough. No doubt you will have found that such practices are widespread and openly practiced here.
I had not noticed. My people, we do not know of these esoteric magi.
No.
We do not have this back in our city of Koth. It is part of your people's history and culture, and we have grown to understand it.
That is good to hear. My understanding is that so few of the outside world has such understanding. Does the knowledge of such practices meet with your apprehension or disapproval?
I look at my wife and back at her. Of course not. We are here for one reason: to bring wealth, to have a family. In time, all things will come. We do not, we do not dare disrespect your people's culture or history in this manner. Oh,
And she
oh
is
surely
smiling at.
just.
Yes. For some of the lesser crimes, slavery is the norm here. It is the old ways of the orcs, as well as of the Typhons and of, well, it is less practiced on Consulo and Elwian Isles, but amidst the peninsula and the Isle of the of Karepik, such things are commonplace and utilized for such things. The minorest of offenses, like petty theft and minor misdemeanors, are usually met with public shaming or means of recompense or services performed to whoever was victimized. Perhaps a field being harvested by someone who has committed some petty theft as recompense for the fruit or produce that he or she has stolen.
I see. Some of these things, they are familiar, but most of them are estranged to myself and my wife. From where we are from, for these people, we have learned from our past dealings. They do not they do not understand civil punishment. Um, they only understand one thing. Unfortunately, this comes in time. We must keep them away from others. Uh, Make sure they are safe, yes, and they are fed and kept after, but they must be separated. They must not be maimed or harmed in any way. That would only further exasperate the issue. But for those that break these offenses, no, no, no. They are separated and kept in holdings until they atone. And of course they do. And usually it comes within a few days. You'd be amazed what a few moments. It does not matter. It could be a rabid chimbui running across the fields one day, and then the other day you will understand. These people I speak of, they take my word, and I will not allow my wife to feel the foulness of uttering their name. I will hold that burden alone. But these people, they are not. They are the worst of people,
Hmm.
and yet even they change in this method.
Perhaps with your coming and the coming of such wealth and culture, other new practices will also emerge in time. We shall see.
Perhaps.
I would encourage you, if you mean to make a name and a home for yourself here, that you reach out to the other knights, the other communities. If you can gain an audience with your countess, I suggest you do so. No doubt she is
Unfortunately,
aware of your presence, but
unfortunately, Lady Knight, we have. I look at my wife. We have sent missives, but we have not gotten any response. Um, if perhaps after speaking with us on this night, you can see that my wife and I are very agreeable people. If you could put in a good word for them.
I myself and the others will, after a time, be traveling to other communities throughout the mainland uh, to, as I say, convene with the other knights here. I believe that that is more than agreeable. I will
Oh,
share
do me a
news of
great
your
honor. I thank you
arrival.
for this. You do us both a great honor. I bowed to her, like I, nodded her as I sit down.
As you do to us with your gracious sense of humility and grace. It is quite refreshing to see those strangers from foreign shores compose themselves with such skill and with such manner as you both have shown.
Yes.
Your people, as I've said many times, inspire a sense of your character as well, which is quite good. There is one final minor thing that uh, puzzles me so, or disturbs me slightly. I've told you that your people, whom we met upon the waves, showed how loyal they were to you. You inspire that in others. I do hope that you share in your own hearts, the both of you, that same virtue. I have heard of many and met some in my limited time who present themselves one way and mean something quite else, I'm afraid. It's an unfortunate fact amongst some people who have less grace than you both seem to be, but just as many of the common folk here have little concept of trade and the very wondrous boons you yourself offer, I am also a bit wiser to the ways of the world, and know that in such places, be it Poom or Karth or the wondrous city of trade itself, which I have heard such wonderful stories about, and its rows of wondrous temples, the great ivory tower of Cinder with its ruby-tipped head glinting and glimmering in the sunlight. Perhaps one day I shall see it myself, but I would be remiss if I did not receive some measure of sign of your fealty to those whom protect these lands. A knight must protect from visible dangers and those that are less overt. Unfortunately, the concluding ritual of the ceremony, which was, well, word spreads fast. No doubt you have heard of what has happened. It was to be such a sign, it's a symbol, an old symbol of communion, of solidarity with one another, that the people themselves, though they may be different, satyr or human, orc or naiad, are as one people, one loyalty to one cause, a common fate and a common bond. Surely such things are the mark of a cultured civilization, for only barbarians would think to be isolated, community against community, settlement against settlement, family against family. You are men and women of such culture, and I'm quite certain you agree with such sentiments, yes?
And of course, let me speak on behalf of my wife and say yes. We wholly understand both what you say and your worries. And you will learn, if not at the end of this night, in the coming of the many days, that the word of a Dawan is true. We cannot tell a lie. We keep to our word. This is how our people have developed so many relations with many other people, many other species. This is how we have developed a vast wealth, of which my wife and I, we could so plainly show to you now.
And she smiles, quite like, like that's precisely what she wanted to hear.
But I had alluded to a gift that we were to present to you before this night was over. And so I like gesture to one of the servants. My one down servant, he's holding the box. That was his one job. Hold that box. Then he steps on over to me, and I take the box from him, and I gesture from the okay, go away. And I stand up and I gesture like a hand to my wife to stand her up, and I approach the naiad here with it, with my wife next to me, and I gesture a gift, one of my finest works of art, for you. And I place it on the table next to her, and I position it so I open the box very slowly, and I look into her eyes like I'm loving like the anticipation, perhaps a bit of I'm like seeking for that envious sort of look, like, oh, what does he have for me, kind of thing. And I watch for that, and I slowly open up like a good salesman. I slowly open up the box to reveal like that golden shining glow emanate from it, from the fine necklace. And after opening it up, I stand back, next to my wife, and watch.
Could you describe this wondrous thing in detail with its extra potency in this moment?
Of course, it is a rather simple yet fine piece of necklace, jewelry with the 6 slates of metal, basically rectangular sort of shape at the bottom, but around the leather thong, the leather, I guess, string to it is, there's many sort of rings and small little detailed clasps and little metallic intricate clasps and the like to it, as well as a fine degree of artistry to it. The thing is made of gold. There are a few gems put into it, but it's mostly gold. And the gold itself, it's almost translucent. The surface is kind of strange the way it acts to the light. It almost looks like it would be see-through, but then like when you look at it, the light sort of changes a bit, and you see that it's actually a solid object. But that's because it's glowing, like similar to like a golden light bulb. It does emanate this beautiful shine and sheen to it. Not only is the gold, it makes the gold excellently polished, almost wonderfully polished, showing perhaps my craftsmanship, but also the way the ambient light hits off the metal. It seems like the metal itself glows more so, and surely a fine piece of jewelry.
Okay.
There is, perhaps a bit of a supernatural look to it.
Right. And you pull back the lid of that box, and it's like gentle light itself were contained within the boxes. From your perspective, obviously you know what's in it, but you look into her eyes and you see that glowing golden light reflected off of those big viridian eyes that reflect like the surface of the sun itself dancing atop the face of Leviathan. It's almost as if they're, as that light kind of glimmers and scintillates as it reflects its own golden hue, but the firelight which illuminates this place. It looks like her eyes are actually of liquid themselves. They're not solid orbs within her head and her face. and you see those eyes get a little bit wider, which is both enticing, but also exhilarating, as there's clearly surprise and pleasure upon her face at seeing this gift of yours. But I'm going to give you, or why don't you give me a... Why don't you give me an artist or a jeweler check to see just how wondrous your effect of this brilliant thing, bit of jewelry, and you can add.
Got a 30.
Are you serious? Wow. I'm gonna say.
I'm serious.
What's that?
I'm serious.
I believe it. I believe it. Great. Okay, so that you definitely see that, and her eyes go wide, and you see her lips part ever so slightly, as if taking in a breath through the mouth. Just you lean over slightly, and you see the panels of gold, and the lighting in here and the angle is just perfect for the effect that you're trying to go for. The golden light shimmers and meshes with the firelight and the torchlight, such that it, on the one hand, it diminishes the brilliance of the golden emanation, but it makes it look less kind of gaudy is the wrong word, but less kind of weird and supernatural looking. It makes it look more natural, that this gold is actually so polished that it is reflecting 100% of the light that's hitting its surface, which moves and scintillates with the flickering of the fires here, and it's just it's something else, and it makes
seeing her reaction to it, that's when I grab onto it's a very sort of sly, I hold on to my wife's hand, and I just sort of grip it a bit, and I to get her attention, and I'm looking at her, I'm not smiling or anything, I'm trying really hard, but you could tell I'm trying really hard not to smile, but I'm looking at her as if to say we did it, this was it, this was our breakthrough kind of thing. And then of course I let go of her hand, as that wasn't really proper to do, but
right. But clearly Ushia does not notice as she's enwrapped by that. And it's not it's only a couple seconds, but that's it's all you need to see the reaction. And she looks back up at you.
A smile.
You honor me indeed with such brilliant gift. I do not know what to say. Such words.
You are at the loss of words.
Yes.
Believe me, there is nothing to be said. Only to see your satisfaction in our gift that we present to you.
I'm more than satisfied with the craftsmanship of yourself.
I cannot take all the credit for this, as I do have many servants that aid me in the process. But, like I had said earlier in dinner, the coin that will be made from my mint will be glorious. All will know where it comes from. But only you will have that.
And she smiles at that, seemingly actually a genuine one, at your words there. And then let us conclude this wondrous gathering, this auspicious evening, for I'm so pleased that it has gone so well, and we have arrived at such an understanding, yourself, me, and I believe it is only proper for the knight of these lands to join us in a final, what is the word? Toast, I believe, is the phrase I've heard others speak of these events. And she sort of, gestures, not like a beckoning, like servant kind of thing, but like, and you see from one of the, well, maybe you don't, but if you turn, you'll see Knight Kerala upon one of the, the second floor, so looking over the goings on of the building below. Still very similar to how you've seen him before, as a common orc. Yeah, in here. He does not have a club on his person at this time, but he comes down that loping gait of the orc people. He goes to an area, like it's not a sideboard, but I'm going to call it a sideboard. Near the table, he brings out, brings to the main table before you all 4 glasses, within which he puts water, dilutes some of the wine with water, and adds a few, looks like dried plants, herbs, perhaps some sort of weird or tea he's making, and also, he speaks. Yeah, we're almost. He it concludes that and offers a glass or a cup. It's not a glass to each of you, and it has one for himself, and speaks words and threats of a binding of disparate people. Oh, he doesn't. You don't understand. Well, he speaks words in Thraxa that you don't. You don't know.
Mm-hmm. Now wait for the body language to say like when he's done drinking, like, oh, okay. Because I know this is something like we're supposed to do something after, but I just watch him as he
yeah. Yes, there is that. So, that being, as that concludes, takes the cups from each of you, and he looks at you, and it's a steady gaze. He doesn't, if he's still displeased that you didn't show up, it's impossible to tell. It's hard to read an orc's face, particularly for you. It just, that heavy brow and those beady eyes that always looks, yeah, it always looks the same to you. But,
I drink the fine, after what is said, he looks at me, I smile at him, just slightly baring my fangs, as he might thinking it. He might not see that as all too welcoming of a smile, but
Mm.
kind of, and I like awkwardly sort of lap at the cup, not really being made for Dawan proportions, and like put my
Mhm.
tongue in there, like
It. I don't know if it tastes good to one of your palate, but it's like it's weird. It probably tastes at the very least very weird
yeah.
to you. Um,
And I'm kind of like a little alarmed at that. After like I take a few laps of it, I kind of pull back a bit. Like I bring my brows forward a bit, like I'm. But like to them, it looks like I'm trying to like savor that taste. But like in my head, I'm just like, oh, wait, taste.
but with that, he sort of backs away. He takes a position behind Ushia, who is a final nod to you. I'm so pleased you could join us both this evening. I will be sure to send a missive straight away for. What is her name? That siren female of yours.
Nazvagi Inesht is what she calls herself, Lady Knight.
I will be certain to send something and someone right away. In the meantime, I be welcome to speak to myself or any of my comrades, though we are busy with our discussions. We are not so busy to not talk to our people. Now, you are one of them. She smiles, at a welcoming, smile. This
I
business
smile
is
back.
concluded. So, and with that, as this meeting concludes, and it would seem a deal having been struck, an alliance having been formed, a face being put to a name, and a gift being exchanged for promises of opportunity, we shall go to soliloquies.
In that
Okay.
in that glade, after that tumultuous fight with the boar creature that Avachov had to withstand against, we return to the glade far calmer, where I aid him some more in the practice of archery and hunting. Often I have to stand up and correct the positions of his arms, pull the bowstring back this way, shoot that way. And I take some steps back and then let him do his practice, and I see him loosen an arrow, and then another one, and then another one, seeing how he gets better incrementally so with each shot. And then again, as I interpret colors differently, I see these liquids from the wounds, from that tackle by the beast upon Avashov's flesh. It's dripping slightly there, getting caked over there upon his muscular form. And then more color fades away as I continue to observe, as if The background is almost fading out to a degree, but then I see other individuals a bit further away, maybe 30 foot behind or to the side of Avachov. I look, what do I see? I see an Iran with a broken leg, shattered almost, being propped up by other stones and iron rods, who takes aim with a bow and shoots miserably, failing shot after shot after shot after shot. And then another being approaches the Oran. A green creature with tusks, old and wise and almost cronish, this orc, who comes forth and gently moves one elbow higher, that bow arm a bit further back, and points where to shoot. And I can see myself loosen that arrow and hit a target. Tain Avachov. You will get better. It just takes time. So much time.
Avachov, as he is training, he follows the instruction of Tuhulix when he moves slightly his limbs here and there a pair of times and a pair of times again. But there's like a cheerful, like a happy song coming to his head. It's a song that his mother sang sometime before he dragged her in for their re-education before leaving. She said it was a common folk ogreish song that is actually very up for interpretation. And the song goes something like Ranushtira, Ranushtira, Idimplodlov Ranushtira, 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 Idrimplodlov Ranushtira, Kashnashov Borkarnatov, Plamachis Otaviogov, Kashmashov Borkarnashov, Plamachis Otaviogov. Vi ahogar trote en el medio, trote en el medio. And as he sings this song in his head in Moolish, he knows the meaning, of course, and the meaning is something like leftovers, leftovers. This is the song of leftovers. The song talks about the story of a kid whose mother said, better flee than destroy, for the kid was small and he was weak. And his mother did not believe in him. A huge ogre came to the kid and the kid started to bother him. The huge one was indifferent at first, until he was not, and then the huge one attacked him. With great, unmeasurable wrath, the huge one attacked the little ogre. The little ogre could only be dead or reborn, the song says. The leftovers of the fight will surely be one who is dead and one who is reborn. And the song doesn't say if it is death or reborn, this child that was attacked. What the song does says is that whatever happened to the one small ogre kid, his mother never again shouted to him, it is better to flee than to destroy. And as he reaches the end of the song, in his mind, barely humming it a bit, he goes and he gets his first straight shot with the arrow exactly where he wanted it to go. And he smiles and he says, Ranushtira. Avachov Ranushtira. I like how that's
So as Nazvog and Sanem and Ewa leave the party, they head out. They're all waving back to their friends, their new friends. The firelights flickering from the stone house as the eyes of Ahriman gaze down upon them. Let's begin to head back to the longhouse. Nazvog thinks to herself, two mothers are needed for all Siren children. I had two mothers. I have two mothers are they lead and guide me. Sanem has two mothers, but one is gone. I do not know if she is here. I do not know if she has been taken or killed. I do not know if she would take me back if she was alive. She would not. Gaia is strong, but she is stubborn. But here, for the first time in cycles, I feel safe. I feel like I am understood. Like one is here for me. One is here for Sanem. This is good. This is very good. I do not know if it is the day or if there is something within me. If Helena pushed me here for this. But I thank you, Helena. I thank you, Sanem. I thank you, Ewa, for all you have done. And I reach down my hand and take Ewa's in mine. And we walk slowly back to the longhouse.
I did it. I did it. I did it. It was me. It was me. It was the gifts. It was the readings. It was the Lord. It was the gifts promised to me, and I made manifest by my own ability. They thought it was foolish to hold my faith into something that is not shy, that is not already dead. No, the Lord, the great Lord, is alive. He gives us these wonderful gifts that help us in our lives. He is not poisoned, a horrendous cripple, left defeated upon the beaches. No, no, no. He's glorious light, glorious golden light. And oh, how I understand and so grateful for this universal language. So many understand the gold, the shine, the gem. Even these barbarians, they understand this. Quite frankly, I'm amazed by this. But this naiad, this wretched mixed breed, some man and typhon, I know the truth. My wife, she does not know, but I do. I know. Yes, wear that necklace at night. Be sure to tell your mother and father. Yes, yes. See how it glows. Oh, that look in her eyes is oh so familiar. I remember it when I had first shown my mother that piece of jewelry I had found. Oh, and she was mad for me. Stealing it! She said, Azad, why did you steal this? We have much already. Why did you take this? I do not know. I said, but I do know It is that same language that stretches over all peoples, no matter what horrendous cave or bastard mixing of blood they have. No, it's a language of greed, possibility, opportunity. Ah, yes. But these orc people, they are too old. I see this. Koala, it says, give me this drink. You are firm in your ways of your history, of your people's culture, aren't you? But this gold, it does not affect you now, does it? Not as it did with the Naiad. You have other things, and I will find them out. I will find the cracks in which your soul bears. I will learn what you most covet, and I will have it. And I will give it to you for one simple price.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to Session 5 of In a Land Not Their Own, and we'll see you all next time.